Hear it out.
Yes.
The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. They can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PNP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it all goes down, comrades. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them graves. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side of the argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them. The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Sorry, guys, for the delayed start. Just had a bit of technical difficulty that we managed to sort out. But thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. Remember, thumbs up the live when you come in. We don't ask for much. We ask for just the thumbs up. So please give us that thumbs up. It will be greatly appreciated. If you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. That will be greatly appreciated as well. Tonight's topic is JLP trying to discredit Usain Bolt, SSL Ponzi scheme, and Dalrymple pleaded guilty, with your host, Baron and Marie Melting Pot. Pastor Ricky and Jamix should be joining us shortly. Let me welcome those in the chat. Anthony R., Dorothy McCoy, Falmouth Girl 2, Merlin Mollioson, Beverly, Jeanette Letts, Don Mel, Cynthia Beer channel member, Truck Life, RCS Blue, Uriah Walker, Freedom, Patel Cruikshank, Marva Dice, Carla Ebanks, Patsy Gavin, Montague James, Muriel King, Desmond Mary, Devon Stumpy Burnett, Owen Siegel, Stiff Tongue. Welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Without any delay, I'm going to hand over to Baron Harriet Miller, Merville Mackey. Welcome.
All right. Wonderfully said, wifey. Wonderfully stated as it relates to meeting and greeting our subscribers. Right. I want to say big thanks to all of our subscribers who continue to support us. And the reason for them to be supporting us, because of course they know that here on the Mystic Sensation, we provide nothing but the facts. Now tonight, let me warn that we are going to do some what we call clean sweep, right? We are going to bring all the information tonight. We are going to draw out all the bombshells tonight. People are going to surprise in terms of what we are going to present tonight. Tonight is going to be a bombshell, no doubt, right? We have our distinguished gentleman. We have Melting Pot in studio. We have Pastor Ricky in studio. These are analytical thinkers that we are going to break down some information. And of course, to the world at large, we are going to dissect and we are going to bring forth the facts that the people want. We know we are facing a general election coming. It is the election season. And so forth, we want to provide the informed information so that people can make an informed decision. It's just plain and simple. And one of the ways in doing that is simply speaking the truth, bringing the facts to bear, bringing the evidence to support. And we are saying that what we want as a nation is good governance. We don't want a corrupted and a kleptocratic government that we have. Now we have seen that we have sent up trills as it relates to the criminal justice system. We have seen where Parliament now has taken what we call a 180 degrees turn, right? As it relates to the interview that she had, right, with Dean Jackson Miller, and she was talking about, right, the due diligence and the time factor that it takes. However, now pressure burst pipe. We are on it. We are on the mission. We are exposing, right, the literal corruption of the Andrew Holness administration. Let me go on the DPP, where I am going. You cannot protect Andrew Holness. Point blank and period. What we are going to show tonight, right, for the world to look in, for the world to assess. And let me say, we have seen the Prime Minister came out. And I mean, so shameless. The Prime Minister has the audacity, right, to double down, right, in his usual political rhetorics that send, you understand, that red meat to his base. The Prime Minister cannot convince no critical thinking Jamaicans, no Jamaican who are using or utilizing their intelligence, looking on the evidence. So then we know that the only person that the Prime Minister is speaking to is just giving red meat to his base. Only his base who decided that regardless of what the Prime Minister has done, if the Prime Minister has committed openly criminality, the base doesn't mind, because the base only have a myopic view and they only see green and they are supporting the green regardless of what happened with the green. But for critical thinkers, for Jamaicans who want a building of generation, a positive government, a government that deals with checks and balance, a government that we know that our future generation will rely on. Mark Golden, trust me, a God send him come. Without any further delay, let us show the Prime Minister blatant disregard. And before we go into that, let us do our usual welcome, meeting and greeting from, of course, our distinguished gentlemen on the panel tonight. Melting Pot, please take it away for us.
Well, I just want to say a wonderful greetings to you all. You know, normally it used to be Happy Friday greetings, but tonight I'm going to endorse it even further. Happy Valentine's Friday greetings.
Amen.
You all share some wonderful rose to your counterparts and text message that endorse the love that you have for each other. So that's just my take on it and my perception. The word is always one love.
One love, Melting Pot. Boy, Melting Pot, you embarrass me tonight. Because there's a Melting Pot. Me don't remember saying Happy Valentine. Melting Pot, you put me that sugar tonight, you know.
No, not at all.
Well, you still have 4 hours. You still have 4 hours.
You still have a bit more time.
Okay, all right. So Pastor Ricky, yes, you are in the space. Please go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you. Good night again, Sir Byron, Lady Anne Marie, the co-pilot, the captain, Sir Byron, the certified investigator, General Milton Pot, across the water, blazing the fire, and to everyone in the chat. Those who will be watching in the future, whether after we end the live tomorrow or whenever, happy Valentine's. Every day we show love. We shouldn't wait till February 14th to buy roses and flowers and chocolates and teddy bears, but we should demonstrate love. Love is an action. Show love every single day. And for God so loved the world that he gave us his only begotten son. So, enjoy this beautiful afternoon. We choose to be in the space because we have to continue to work for the Jamaican people. We could be out at a nice gourmet restaurant, could have been spending Valentine's somewhere, but we want to be with the Mystic family and continue to, reveal corruptions and scandals and why this criminal Jamaica Labour Party that does not deserve another day in office. God bless you, and I turn it back over to you. Amen.
All right, blessings. Wonderfully stated, Pastor Ricky. Really appreciate that. Wonderfully stated, Melton.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that. Now, my Jamaican people, let me say this, and I'm going to speak to Andrew Onnes, right? Specifically, that you continue, you understand, to caught up in your trickery, your deceit. And as a result of that, we are going to be advising Bolt, right, how to proceed, where the Jamaican government, right, cannot protect you, Andrew Onnes, in terms of what we are going to do tonight. What we are going to do tonight, we are going to provide the information. And trust me, Andrew, if Bolt listen to us and proceed accordingly, I am guaranteed that Bolt is going to get result. And so then, regardless of what the Prime Minister is saying, since you decided to continue to deceive, since you have decided, because what we are saying, that you need to take away yourself and let the investigation proceed. You are corrupted. Not only that you are corrupted, you are highly corrupted. Tonight, you are going to prove it. What we are going to prove tonight, we are going to prove the corruption between the Jamaica Stock Exchange and the Financial Service Commission allowed SSL to venture on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We have evidence of that, and tonight we are going to show the Jamaican people the raw evidence. So, Prime Minister, you cannot come with your trickery. Tonight we are going to expose you. But let us show the people what you are saying, Prime Minister, and then we take it from there. Andrew's response as it relates to vloggers. And as a result of that, we are going to take it externally to expose you, Prime Minister. No doubt about that. So we are going to make sure we are going to show your response tonight as it relates to you hitting below the belt, as it relates for you to accept your wrongdoing. So we see that you are a narcissist and you don't willing to speak the truth because obviously you're a liar. You're deceitful. This is the response from the Prime Minister. I hate to say it. I hope I don't sound ridiculous because you know you're ridiculous. If you know, coming down with your red meat politics. But the real issue here is bad mind. Hey, Prime Minister, let me tell you something, Andrew Onnes. The real issue here is corruption. The real issue here, sir, is corruption. We are the party that get things done. And even they know that. So what do they do? What have you got done? What have you gotten done? Well, we know for sure that you have gotten SSL done and you have enriched yourself. You and your family are mighty rich. You are billionaires, not millionaires, billionaires on the back of taxpayers. We are going to prove it tonight. We are going to throw the bathwater with the baby tonight. Try to tear down the achievement. What achievement do you have? What achievement do you have, Andrew Honest? Come on and tell us the achievement. The achievement that you have is SSL. Where you use SSL as a Ponzi scheme to enrich yourself. Tonight, I said, we are going to expose you. They don't care that people's lives are getting better. Oh my goodness. People's lives are getting better. Let me ask you a question, Andrew Honest. Have you seen the poverty rate under your administration? Have you noticed that you and your administration take 200 and 300% increase? While you only meagerly increased as it relates to civil workers? Have you seen the brain drain that is happening? Have you seen the Sparks program that's sparking after lighting over 5 boxes of matches and no sparks coming from them? Have you seen the poor road conditions, right? All over Jamaica, from Moran Point to Negril Point. Have you seen that? Jamaica that consisted of 4,411 square miles. Have you looked at the road lately as it relates to your Spark program? Now, let me put you aside. Take this away on me. I'm going to deal with him tonight. Right? Not when we have a melting pot. Not when we have a Pastor Ricky. Tonight is evidence after evidence, tangible evidence, that the Prime Minister or none of his administration nor his lawyers, whether they are want to KC or whatever C they want to be, cannot dispute what we are going to show tonight. Now let us go to the pinnacle of the corruption. Now, we have seen where Dalrymple has found guilty. Now we are going to go into that document and then I ask the panel to step in. Now let us go, Wifey, to Dalrymple. Right? Showing that the Integrity Commission investigators were meticulous and appropriately pursue the wrong where Dalrymple is concerned. But as we know it, the Jamaica Labour Party corrupted, wrapped around corruption as it relates to what they claim that the constituency want Dalrymple, someone who now pleaded guilty to corruption. 101 plead guilty to corruption. So let us ask Jamaican people, is this service to Jamaica or disservice to Jamaica as it relates to Dalrymple found guilty? And the Jamaica Labour Party is saying, don't pay it in mind, electorate. Although the criminal justice found Dalrymple guilty, we are still presenting Dalrymple to you to represent us as it relates to the 1%, right? Robbing, pilfering our tax dollars. Let us show the situation with Dalrymple. Let us bring up this Dalrymple and show the plea, the guilty plea of Dalrymple. And we are going to expound on it. Now here it is, people. Now, in spite of the Jamaica Labour Party want to burn down the Integrity Commission investigators, right? Saying that they are witch hunting. Is this witch hunt? Now we know that it is not witch hunt. my well-learned friend in the criminal justice system, in the judiciary, had now agreed with the Integrity Commission investigators and looking at the evidence and carefully analyzed the evidence, have now found that Dalrymple-Philibert pleads guilty to the breaches of the ICR. I want to take the opportunity tonight in giving thanks to the Integrity Commission investigators to continue to do their rigorous work in spite of the Jamaica Labour Party administration want to make a demons out of you. But here today, you have proven yourself, Integrity Commission investigators, to be meticulous, to be on the correct path, to be on the path of justice, to be on the path of checks and balance, to be on the path of holding government accountable. Here, to all the Integrity Commission investigators, here you have delivered service to the Jamaican people. Well done. Well done work for all of our Jamaicans who need justice. Let us begin in terms of reading. Former House Speaker and Member of Parliament for South Chilean and Maurice Dalrymple-Philibert on Friday pleaded guilty to breaches of the Integrity Commission Act and was fined nearly $1 million. Take that away, wife. Let us get to the panel of our distinguished gentlemen tonight, and let us dissect this. Have you seen, right, where the Jamaica Labour Party continue to pursue, right, their corrupted ways in wanting Dalrymple? Now we have what we call justice being done, justice being served within the criminal justice system. Dalrymple has now found guilty. Still remains, I am telling the electorate, please avoid corruption. Please avoid corruption. So when you go to the poll, remember that Dalrymple, that the Jamaica Labour Party want to give you as a representative, has now found guilty of corruption. What say you, Melting Pot?
Well, I must say that today is a momentous day and a day in reckoning in the lives of Jamaicans, because for too long, Dalrymple has been allowed to roam as a member of parliament, Speaker of the House, when she does not possess credibility to hold either position because of what she had done in terms of criminality and corruption. And so it is warm welcoming to see that justice has finally been served. And so we endorse the justice today as it relates to her being charged and fined $1 million. Because there's no way Dalrymple could have, do all these high-level corruption and not been charged when the evidence was as clear as the light of day. So we are now saying to South Trelawney electorate that Dalrymple must not be the person that you go and cast your vote for, because we are trying to stamp out corruption in Jamaica landscape of politics, because we cannot have politicians being elected by the due process, and when they become member of parliament, the activities that they pursue is corruption. Because I will say it again, corruption does not enhance your life. Corruption will only destroy your life. And where that is concerned, that is not a nice recipe to taste. because we can't have a handful of individuals that reap all the benefits that Jamaica has to offer, and the majority suffer as the consequence of these criminal representative items. So it is good on the part, and we are seeing now that the Integrity Commission did not perform any witch hunt activity in pursuing Dalrymple for corruption. So that set aside, let's look at who Dalrymple is as an individual. Prior to entering into politics, Dalrymple served as a certified attorney at law, representing people and, you know, doing business activities on behalf of clients. Now we have one particular client that he and his entire siblings have been duly robbed and defrauded by said Marissa Dalrymple. Because Richard Clark, a resident of St. James, father died and left estate for the entire family to benefit from. Dalrymple was the family lawyer. And what Dalrymple do is despicable and disgraceful, because Dalrymple for over 40 years now has not turned over the property or the proceed from the so-called sale of the property to Richard Clark and his siblings. No, but if we look even further, she even went as far afield as to forge Mrs. Ermine Clark, who was married to Richard Clark, dad, certificate, because that woman was deceased. And what Dalrymple did after the lady died, she forged her signature.
Wow.
On the authority of the sales document. But when we look further into that, we saw where the person who is said to be the purchaser of the property was a family member to Dalrymple. So Dalrymple has been, you know, mixing herself with corruption at all levels, from being an attorney to being a parliamentarian. But also what is so significant was that Mr. Richard Clark wrote to the then leader of the opposition, Andrew Holness, and the Minister of Security now, Dr. Crabbe, explaining the circumstance of the situation and asking them to render him assistance. But what happened? Nothing. And Marissa Dalrymple was part of the Jamaica Labour Party when Andrew Holness knew who Dalrymple was, based on what Richard Clark submitted to him in documents detailing everything that Dalrymple had done. So Dalrymple has no credibility to serve Jamaican citizens anymore. And this is why we are asking the people of South Trelawney to make sure that Dalrymple don't get not even one single vote, because she cannot even make herself qualified to be a member of parliament. So she shouldn't even be on the ballot paper.
Okay.
So the people of South Trelawney have to do the right thing and make sure get rid of Dalrymple once and for all. Let's look forward to a better South Trelawney. Let's look forward to a new representative for South Trelawney. Let Trelawney become a place that its name don't drag alongside corruption because of who is representing South Trelawney. And I yield back to the panel.
Well said, the melting pot. Wonderful delivery. Right. So there you have it, people. Your melting pot is identifying other corruptions that Dalrymple had involved in. Right. And so then we are not going to waste any time. We are going to now ask Pastor Ricky, right, to step in this space. Pastor Ricky, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Sir Byron. Big respect again, melting pot. First of all, I just want to say I respect the office of the Prime Minister. I've always have. Unfortunately, I do not respect the current holder of the office of the Prime Minister. The current holder is a criminal and should be prosecuted based upon everything we have discovered, identified, researched, and learned of all the Ponzi schemes, criminalities, everything that's in the IC report. If he was in a first world country, he would have been prosecuted, forced to resign, and investigated and prosecuted. There is no doubt, absolutely no doubt about that. But, you know, in Jamaica, he feels he's above the law. So the fact that he came out, doubled down, instead of being contrite and humble, knowing that you're guilty of what is being stated about Usain Bolt money, he doubled down and said people bad mind. Now, I just want to remind the criminal prime minister that nobody is bad mind of someone who cannot explain their wealth. That might work for you before the cameras in the streets and to your bloggers and supporters, but in the court of law, when you're on the oath, when you have to swear to tell nothing but the truth and is being cross-examined, Dalrymple today is a perfect example. She had her day in court. And what you guys say in front of the camera, the media, the hype to throw narratives and propaganda, it doesn't work in the courtroom settings before a judge. So this bad mind defense is not going to work in court. When you get cross-examined, before a judge and maybe a jury, which I would love to be one of the jurors on, you will have to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. And if you lie in front of a judge, in front of a jury, in a courtroom setting, that's called perjury, which is an additional charges to what you will get when you leave office. So nobody not bad mind you. That work, yeah, in the media space and the social media realms and your supporters and bloggers realms. But what progress are you talking about? The roads are deplorable. There's sinkholes, there are potholes, there are mudslides, there are collapsed bridges. You took the road maintenance fund and the act that was passed by former Prime Minister Mama P. Portia Simpson Miller administration. That money was set aside to service the roads, to clean the gullies and the drainage and take care of the infrastructure. But you put it in a consolidation fund, so it cannot be audited in terms of line item expenditure, which is, you know, as part of a Ponzi scheme, and that will not do from a long time. Exactly. And so when we look at the hospitals, shortage of beds, shortage of medications, shortage of X-ray machines, CT scan, ventilations, when we see patients dying as a result of lack of equipment, like no ambulance, tourists dropping down in the collapsing in the airport, no ambulance to, you know, first responder to rush to save a life. When we see patients crying and in the hospital because they've been sitting there with gunshot wound, bleeding out for how many days. When we hear patients' family have to go buy things that the patient need to survive, whether it's syringes, needles, medications, when tourists say they don't have any bathroom tissue, these things should be supplied. What progress are you talking about when we have an economy that is in a recession? when Mama P gave you the economy, Dr. Amar Davis, Carmelita Mark Golden, Mama P had stabilized the economy from what they inherit from the Bruce Golden administration. And you have wrecked the Jamaica economy. Now they have to cut the budget. Now they have to cut spending, government programs. And they're portraying like this is something that they had planned to do. No, they are forced to cut. There's only way they can. And then they issue new tax revenue hike and on the backs of what's going on with the economy of $50 billion that they plan to generate in tax hike. What progress is he talking about? Listen, you might be living in a delusional bubble and having an imaginary mindset where you want people to imagine everything is great and wonderful and bright and in Jamaica. But the truth of the reality, 2 million people, Jamaicans, go to bed hungry at night without a proper balanced nutritional meal. The reality is more Jamaicans are in poverty today than when you took office in 2016 or February. The truth of the matter is cost of living is way higher today, 2 to 3 times higher than when you first came into office in February 2016. So what progress are you talking about? Now, very quickly to Dalrymple. As an officer of the court, she should have known better. And she should resign with effect immediately.
Yes.
And I'm grateful to the Integrity Commission for holding her accountable. In spite of her position as the Speaker of the Parliament, when the investigation was launched, they did their job. Big up on herself, the IC, big respects. Now, as an officer of the court, she filed 6 years of false or falsified statutory declaration denying that she had a Mercedes-Benz on concession and said it was her sister and her brother-in-law drove it, her sister owned it, and she lied for 6 straight years. As an officer of the court, she should be disbarred for that. It proves that she cannot be trusted. If you're an officer of the court, number one, and number two, you are a lawmaker, a parliamentarian, and you can't even just tell the truth of something simple that, yes, you had a Mercedes-Benz on concession. You have to take it for oil change. You have to take it for brake repairs or any other repair. You have to take it for tune-ups. You had to take it for service, put it that way. And yet you're lying that you don't remember that you had the car. You cannot be trusted. And so the people of South Trelawney needs to distance themselves from her. And it shows you the weakness that this criminal prime minister lacks testicular fortitude to embrace a criminal parliamentarian and bring her back out of her resignation as she resigned September 2023 to bring her back in a parliament that they claim is an honorable house. Listen, one last point. The Jamaica Labour Party is filled with criminals. It's a magnet for criminality. If you go to a former education minister that is still before the courts, the criminal prime minister that is before the court, this current speaker that is before the court, Dalrymple, the former speaker, who just was, she had to plead guilty. Pleading guilty means that you admit that you did wrong. You did some criminal activity. And in section 43 of the IC Act, which is a constitutional law, that in 43 of the IC Act that was commissioned by the same parliament that Dalrymple served in 2017, and she's a lawyer, she know the language of the act. The act says if you file any false statutory declaration, there's a penalty of monetary fine, and there's also a penalty of imprisonment. It's in the act. And so she willingly, willfully, knowingly, these things then breach the act and expect to be voted for back in for parliament. The devil is a liar. You need to resign with effect. You need to step away like you did the first time, and you need to show grace and that you still have some dignity left in you. Over to you, Sir Byron.
All right, wonderful. Boy, what a punch. But tonight, where we are going, as I said, we are going to clean the room tonight. And now in terms of we cleaning the room tonight, let me say to Pastor Ricky, let me say to Melting Pot, don't you trouble Zion. Don't you trouble Zion. Cause Zion is a place. Da, 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 da. Don't you trouble Zion.
Well, he has no claims to Zion. He's not saved. Zion is a place of righteous people.
We are telling him tonight that we are going to disturb his Zion tonight.
My God.
We are going to clean out his Zion tonight. Now, you see what we are going to reveal tonight? Let me warn Bolt. Let me say something to Bolt. Right? Because where the Prime Minister went in terms of saying that people are bad mind. This is a result of the Prime Minister saying that. I am saying to Bolt, in spite of the DPP under pressure by social media to put Jeannette Calder in front of the court, don't have no toleration as it relates to justice coming your way soon. It is not. And don't be fooled by what the DPP is doing. The DPP is on the side of the Prime Minister and will do anything to protect the Prime Minister. So let me say this to you, Bold. What you need to do. You need to seek external help. You need to report to the United States authority, federal authority, as it relates to your United States dollars, so that they can track it and so that they can put the pressure on Jamaica system, criminal justice system. Simple means that when the federal authority involved in terms of that investigation, Panelists, as it relates to the Constitution, giving her ultimate rights, right, is none and void. And so then, every document that she has, you understand, she has to hand it over, right? Every information as it relates to SSL pilfering that we are going to expose tonight, she has to hand over. And let me say this, Board. Please, we would like for you to take the advice in getting externally, right? So that the federal authority of the United States, right, don't trust. Right now, I am telling you this. That you need not to sit in anticipation of any justice. Father Llewellyn is not here to deliver justice to you, boy. Trust me, Usain Bolt. Trust me. She is not here to deliver justice. The documents that I'm going to prove to you tonight, I'm going to show you both a systemic corruption. And I'm going to take you through all the documents that I provided in terms of the research and show you facts. So I'm telling you to seek external entity as it relates to United States federal agency to investigate. Because when they involve, if during the investigation as it relates to the federal agency investigating and they tampered with evidence, it's another penalty for them.
Yep.
They cannot hide certain information because what we have what we call digital footprint.
Yep.
They could tamper with all those laptops they want to tamper with. When the FBI involved, we talk about million-column server, right? You can get the information from. So both are asking, I'm telling you, based on what the Prime Minister said, you understand? As it relates to bad mind, we are going to put on the pressure. But seek external help. Don't anticipate anything what the DPP is doing. What the DPP is doing now is a camouflage. Right? We don't care about Jeannette Calder. The DPP had an interview, right? Had a chat, right, with Diane Jackson Miller. And she said to Diane Jackson Miller that she has to utilize due process. And it takes years. So then why not? Why not? That all of a sudden, right, because we are applying the pressure, the DPP, right, make a 180-degree turn. We are going to put on the pressure. Tonight, follow me on this page. Let us get into, the madness of Vanessa Phillips. Vanisha Phillips. Put her up on it. We are showing the public because we are drilling down and we are cleaning the room tonight. Now, look at what it's here. Yeah. Look at what this piece of mess. This piece of, what should I call it? Political reject. Yes, that is the right name. This piece of political reject. Look at what her argument is. Trying to victim shame me. Don't be a syndicate. Vanessa Phillips. Did you get advice or directive from government directly or indirectly regarding making the investment you made and then lost? Was it all privately done? Have you sued the person who managed your affairs, making reference to Jeannette Calder? Well, tonight I'm going to bust your bubbles to show you that the Prime Minister himself, yes, take it away. Let us show her evidence where the Prime Minister himself, right, encouraging people, right, of course, to buy shares on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. I want to talk to people, in terms of the wickedness and the cruelty what Andrew Holness and Hugh Croskerry had done. And so then, of course, right, you Croskerry, the FSC, Financial Service Commission, we are talking it out tonight, and the Jamaica Stock Exchange, or they were crooked in putting SSL on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Right? Last night when I spoke with Pastor Ricky and said, listen, we don't want to confuse the situation in terms of saying that Andrew Holness gained return on investment to legitimize, right, SSL as if they were doing any trading as it relates to stocks and bonds. We know this thing. We know this like we unbacked. SSL wasn't doing that. We are going to show the evidence tonight in terms of how JFE and FSC collaborated to put SSL and the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We run out, we are cleaning up tonight, Andrew. We are cleaning up. Now, without any delay, let us go into what Andrew Holness is saying here. Okay. Right? Let us think that. Right? And show the people. So, Vanessa, stick around and listen to this. Stick and stay, Vanessa. You stick and stay.
To the average Jamaican who may be contemplating using that $40,000 that they have to, do something that may not yield this level of return, consider buying shares in Wigton Wind Farm when the IPO is announced. I am encouraging Jamaicans to buy shares in these public companies when they are placed on the stock exchange so that they can own some of these assets and share in the capital gains and in the profits of these assets when these companies are listed.
Take him out. Take him out. Now, Vanessa, let me come down to you. Right? And so then when you hear for yourself, Vanessa, that the Prime Minister was encouraging Jamaicans, right, to, of course, buy shares, right? Stocks and bonds, right, and force illegally to have SSL on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. What do you have to say about that, Vanessa? You never know that this evidence is out there. Vanisha, remember you're dealing with the Titan Bloods, Mystic Sensation. We're here. And we are tracking you. You never know that the Prime Minister done this. Encouraging people, yeah. From once they listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, right? Go ahead. All of that little money that you have at home, you understand? Yeah, buy shares. We are part of it. And so then the Prime Minister dumped NHT money, right, taxpayers' money into SSL, dump ed tax into SSL, dump NIS into SSL, and wreck NHT to make NHT, you know, not being lucrative to the common people that it was created for, as it relates to our humble Jamaicans, our middle-class Jamaicans. I've seen Andrew Holness had taken millions of dollars out of NHT and give to his friend Dexter, who Parliament warned Andrew Holness about Dexter. Was information a lot of people don't know. Before Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark took NHT money and gave it to Dexter, Andrew Holness, and tell me like that. The Parliament warned you not to do it because of the history of Dexter. But what you have done, you have doubled down in your corruption. You have doubled down in your corruption. Now, we are going to show you Mr. Holness. And let me explain to Jamaican people what happened. I mean, I pepping up, I giving you the information before we hit, and it's forcefully. Let me say this. We are going to show the Jamaican people and let me explain it so that the Jamaican people can follow me. The viciousness of how Andrew Holness, Audley Shaw, Nigel Clark, Hugh Croskery know very well that SSL was a Ponzi scheme. Know very well that SSL, a lot of people don't know this. Let me say this tonight. That Jeannette Calder was working for Paul Chen Young and Associates during the financial meltdown. How many people know that? Mom, share that tonight.
Amen.
How many people know that? So you Croskery know that Jeannette Calder is the prophetic criminal who endorsed their criminality, who run along with Paul Chen Young and Associates, because Jeannette Calder was working with Paul Chen Young and Associates 1997, where she started SSL, as it named SSL wasn't exist. We are going to show that evidence tonight. People, we are going to show that evidence tonight. Now, let me show you. Let me show Jamaican people. As it relates to the related breaches of SSL, did Nigel Clark, as a matter of fact, did Audley Shaw and Nigel Clark stop SSL? And in spite of all the breaches and all the criminality, Andrew Wallace and Nigel Clark ensure that SSL reached the Jamaica Stock Exchange to fool the investors that SSL was a legitimate company. Before I go any further, let me give Jamaica the opportunity to meet and greet his people. Right, Jamaica, go back in.
Good evening.
Tonight, I'm worried.
Yeah,
Sir
man.
Melton Pot.
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
Pastor Ricky. The
Respect
late,
me, General. All right.
most definitely the queen among the kings.
Bless
All right.
Blessing to you, Auntie. Blessing to your uncle as well. And everybody in the chat. It's a great pleasure to be back among family members.
Yes.
We can talk about field business.
All right.
And I'm here to learn as much as possible from Uncle Byron. I don't know what happened with the internet. It keeps going in and out. I'm not sure if it's me, but I keep getting a reaction that it keeps going in and out. But nonetheless, it's a great pleasure to come and again be among family members and talk about things of national importance. So welcome to everybody and blessings to everybody.
All right. So tonight, what we are going to do, we are going to expose the information as it relates to the level of breaches that SSL had done and the Jamaican government as it relates to the Andrew Wallace administration. Right? Allow SSL to execute its corruption and investors. Andrew Wallace, Nigel Clark, Adley Shaw, right, deliberately in their action because they involved. And that's why we want a truth and reconciliation. The reason why we want a truth and reconciliation, because Andrew Wallace knows very well he's the mastermind. Now, people, let us get into the document. Our today, let us get into that, and then we're going to ask the panel to chip in. Let us get into that document. Let us get into that document and share it with our Jamaican people. Okay, here it is. And this is Jamaica, July 1st, 2023. JSC, Jamaica Stock Exchange, set record straight after another SSL smoking gun fizzles. Now let us get into the meat of the matter. The Jamaica Stock Exchange is setting the record straight regarding reports circulating in both the traditional media and social media about the capital adequacy requirement of players in the local market. Last week, financial journalist Kalila Reynolds wrote, but recently, one of our analysts, journalist David Rose, explained that an investment firm is in capital deficit based on the Jamaica Stock Exchange requirements. Listen, people, essentially, there is an investment firm that does not have enough cash to cushion itself. If something disastrous were to happen, and that's a scary place to be because the people who are going to be affected are the investors. Now listen, people. And the thing is, we don't know which one of the brokers it is. David found this information through his own digging and comparisons. And if you are having a sense of deja vu, and deja vu simply means that it has been repeated, something that has done before. That's what deja vu means. Because this is very similar to what happened with SSL, Stocks and Security Limited. It wasn't until the fraud scandal broke out and the people started digging that we found out SSL had in breach of regulations, what? Multiple times through the years and was never suspended. Let us read back that to the Jamaican people so Jamaican people can understand the level of criminality that SSL has done over a protracted period, a prolonged period, and where the Jamaican Labour Party administration looked left, knowing that SSL is a Ponzi scheme and robbing investors. It wasn't until the fraud scandal broke out and people started digging that we found out SSL being in breach of regulations multiple times through the years and was never suspended. Audley Shaw, Nigel Clark. The JSE is adamant that all of its licensed and regulated brokers have the required capital adequacy to operate in line with the JSE excess capital guidelines at this time. However, SSL breached them, broke them, and they did nothing about it. And you know why they didn't do anything about it? Andrew Wallace is the mastermind. Andrew Wallace, Hugh Croskerry, they are the mastermind. However, the JSE has taken note for reports circulating in the media to suggest otherwise. In a statement responding to those reports, the JSE says it performs an operational review of the broker's monthly financial returns to determine, based on its measure for calculated excess free capital adequacy, whether the institution is close to or near to that which is benchmark. However, from time to time, depending on the activities of an institution, there may be instances where brokers are at the limit and the JSE will require brokers to unveil their plan to address the matter. The JSE says it would like to ensure that the public is aware that the excess capital measurement calculates amounts in excess of Financial Service Commission regulatory requirements and therefore does not reflect if the broker-dealer is adequately capitalized to operate. Once again, we would like to reiterate that there is no need for the public to be alarmed, as there is no broker that has a capital deficiency at this point. The Jamaica Stock Exchange declared in a statement, right? Now let us take it away and go to the point. Now, panel, we want 3 minutes. Respond in terms of your response.
Well,
right? Now, hold on. We know that SSL had broken JSE regulatory guidelines, right, for years. However, JSE and FSC allow them to continue. Let me build the background for you. Pastor Ricky, hold on. Take it away, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron. Welcome again, Jamaica's General. You know, I have to wonder, where is FSC in all of this? I mean, are they like the oversight for the financial agencies, banks? Really, what are they doing? Because if SSL was red flag because of irregularities as it relates to regulations, they should have pulled the plug immediately, regardless if how powerful Hugh Croskerry was and who the prime minister is at the time. I mean, you're dealing with investors' funds, and you have to secure them, and you have to ensure that the safeguards, the regulations are intact. Because I remember, vividly, after the FinSac debacle, the financial regulations was tightened some, but there still were loopholes in the financial sector that allowed these Ponzi schemes to continue to stay afloat. And as a result, we see now how $4.5 billion has been stolen. And this could have been avoided if the regulations, the FSC was really and truly was doing their job. Somebody should be held accountable and should be fired from the FSC. Now, as it relates to Jeannette Calder, we know she's not the only culprit in this scheme. As a matter of fact, as we were talking about last night, she's accountable for at least $4 million in US, 4 million US of the 31 million US dollars that was invested in this Ponzi scheme. So it's interesting that she had a collaboration going on all along with Ukraski under the radar. As you eloquently pointed out, she was an employee with them going back from Paul Cheng Young time. And so the level of criminality continued, the conspiracy, put it this way, the conspiracy to defraud people, because all of these Ponzi schemes were operations to defraud people. And so it continue and continue with the same players, the same set of group of people. And it unfortunately went under the radar that now you have both lost 12.7 million. That if the FSC was doing their job, Bolt probably would have never had an opportunity to go in SSL because they would have been pulled
exactly.
and deregulated, instead of them letting them continue to afloat with a fraudulent mean that defraud 200 accountants in SSL. And so it just goes to show that when Comrade Leader Mark Golan take the reins of government, and he was a banker before he came into politics, and he was a successful businessman before he came into politics, and he was also a powerful justice minister once he came into banking. So I'm pretty sure this is nothing new to him, and I'm pretty sure that Comrade Leader Mark Golan and his team will put in place strict measurement, strict financial regulations that will never give rise or birth to another Ponzi scheme like SSL. And I would love Comrade Leader Mark Golan's team, when they form the government, to take a look at all of these unregulated shell companies that some of these criminals have set up while they're in the parliament, that they should have divested or put in a blind trust and are still operating. You should not have a criminal prime minister running a foundation, collecting charities money while he's the prime minister of Jamaica. That never happened in any first world country. He should never be able to be involved in, every one of these Ponzi schemes. The prime minister is linked to it. Paul Cheng Young and Associate, Cash Plus, Audit, and SSL, and then he has Imperium, and then he has Positive Media and Positive Jamaica Fund. When he was hired and appointed as prime minister, hired as an MP by the people of his constituents, and appointed as the prime minister to take care of the Jamaica people business. And so this whole financial system in Jamaica is broken, and I'm praying that Comrade Leader Mark Golan vision coming in the office of the prime minister will have a different course and a different method and a different action to fix that which is broken, so all of this stuff never happens again in Jamaica. Back over to you.
Thank you. Jamax, take it away right away based on what you have seen there.
Thank you. And Pastor Rick is so right. So right. And we're seeing a lot of craziness happening in our social space. I have to point out Vanessa Phillips. Trust me, man, you're doing a great disservice to the Jamaican people. And
Exactly.
sometimes you just need to stop. There have to come a time in Jamaica history when we no longer support corruption. Yeah?
Amen.
Corruption kills the future of our youths. It robs from the hospital system. It robs from the education system. It makes Jamaicans feel more and more unsafe in our country. Kleptocracy, we're seeing corruption on every lane, every corner, every whisper we go. And she's talking, and she's saying that, oh, SSL is a private company. But let me ask her and also just communicate to the Jamaican people. Whilst it is a private company, isn't it open to the public? That is what we'd like to ask. What is the government's duty as well? Isn't it the government duty to ensure that they put measures in place of proper oversight so we can preserve the integrity in
Definitely.
our financial system? FSC, you have failed. By extension, the government, you have failed the Jamaican people. Yeah? And our icon, welcome to Jamaica, where our icons, we don't give them statues, we don't celebrate them, we don't create museum for them. We allow foreign investors to exploit them. That is what happens under this current government. And we cannot have that, because if we don't have a proper financial sector in the country, those who are locally don't want to invest in our financial system. We can't have people in the diaspora have confidence and other investors to invest in Jamaica. This is a crying shame. This is stopping our country from progressing. Yeah, MSME, small medium enterprises unable to grow in the country because we cannot go to the banking system and feel like it is good. With over $30 million US gone from our Jamaican people, over 200 people, not just Bolt. Bolt is an icon and we highlight him, but let me tell you, Jamaican people, it could have been you. It could have been I who want to invest to ensure that we get better of ourselves and our family. And then when you look, your money gone. We're asking, why did the Prime Minister close his account in 2021? These are the questions that we're asking. Who told you that this company was going under? Is this insider trading? We want to know these things. Why weren't the Jamaican people informed that this company is going to do bad for them? These are the questions we'll look at and say, what is going on? When Nigel Clark told us in January 2023 that the FBI is going to come here and leave no stone unturned, take up no stone, all of the stone end up on the ground same way. We wonder what is going on. Came here, the English investigative company, a very high, they come here with a good reputation. They have done their investigation. What is the report? This is of national interest. Yeah? The Jamaican people are affected. We must get results. And that is where I will leave it for now. But trust me,
Wonderful.
we're having this conversation.
Wonderful. As we see it, melting pot, where, of course, right, the amount of breaches that SSL had, but yet being allowed, right, to still practice and end up. This is a result of the government negligence, as a result of, you understand, members of the government who physically participated in SSL and, of course, aligned strategies with SSL to rob investors. And that is what the plain truth is about SSL as it relates to, we're looking at Andrew Ones, we're looking at Hugh Craskerry, we are looking at Audley Shaw, we are looking, of course, at Nigel Clark, right, who's tried to suppress the information. What say you in terms of what been happening here? And now we have $4.5 billion being looted from investors. Go ahead, Melton Pot.
Well, the Financial Service Commission has to take a lot of the brunt of this criminal activity that went on in SSL, because FSC is the authority that issue license to places like SSL, and SSL was flagged during a particular period of time, but the FSC did not went in and do due diligence as it related to pulling the plug on SSL. But we know why FSC did not go in, because there's a connection between FSC hierarchies and government officials.
Well said, yeah.
And there, it shows that the connection from there, was what was facilitating SSL to keep on operating as a Ponzi scheme. So we know that there was no trading going on there, you know. So from Andrew Wallace's point of view, it was inside knowledge rather than in-house trading that he had at his disposal. Because we all know that from documents that we look at, we have never seen any trace of money leaving Andrew Wallace's profile account going into SSL.
True.
To make him an investor.
Yes.
But we have seen where money has leave SSL and gone into account that is under the name of Andrew Wallace in a particular bank.
Yes.
So that just, you know, give a true reflection of who the players are.
Exactly.
So when Andrew Wallace went in and closed down an account, it's because Andrew Wallace have knowledge of what, personal knowledge of what was about to happen to SSL. Yeah? And the investors in SSL. So we must put the blame on the Financial Service Commission. And also those previous finance minister, as it relates to Ardley Shaw and Nigel Clark, we know they are a part of this Ponzi scheme as well. The BOJ, the Bank of Jamaica, I know they must have got some form of information as to what was happening at SSL.
You're right with that.
But everything from where we gather our source of information and how we analyze and dissect it, it shows that all of them involved in the ring of corruption, from BOJ, FSE, government official, SSL, and a particular bank. NCD for one of reference.
Yeah.
You understand? So we know that Bolt did not take risks in doing that investment in SSL.
All right.
Right? Bolt was drawn into SSL by some individual. You understand? And so when Bolt wired his money from his bank to the SSL account in whichever bank it is, that's when they saw the big whale and said, well, look, you what me know? We have to make sure we capture this whale here and use this whale at our disposal. Because all along, you know, SSL shouldn't be on the stock exchange market, you know.
Exactly.
Never. You understand? Because it's not a sector that is doing investment trading. Because they can't tell us any investment that they had out there. And what happened to those investment, why the people disappear. You understand? So we are looking at a Ponzi scheme orchestrated by the players them that I just outlined. And they are doing what you call version 2 of Paul Chen Young and Associate and the 90s and the 90s meltdown.
Yes.
Yeah. Understand? And thinking that it would have played out the same way where the government, you know, buy the bonds them and redress the customer. But they're forgetting that those days we never have social media.
Exactly.
Now, in the era of social media, this is where things take turn for the worse.
My God.
Because this is not just only in the hands of the local journalists, you know. We are journalists right here.
Yeah.
And so we make sure know that we accommodate this topic ever so often to make sure know that it don't die in the deep waters of corruption.
Exactly. It's not an idea.
No. So what we are doing here is to just highlight Bolt and give him a refresh up to date as to what happened, and now we are advising him to make sure now that he go and look outside counterpart to administrate on his behalf.
Agreed.
Because in Jamaica, nothing will done the right way. Justice will not be served, and Bolt will not get back his money. So what Usain Bolt has to do now is to make sure he speak with the FBI.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Because FBI represent United States of America.
Yeah.
And Bolt money is US dollars.
Exactly. Simple.
And that becomes a very tedious subject as it relates to you doing corruption with United States dollars. So United States will have vested interest in this case.
Yeah.
Right.
And I don't know why Bolt and his legal team took so long to see people from outside of Jamaica, more so the FBI.
Exactly.
I want to tell you if they even employ Scotland Yard.
Yeah.
Either
right.
MI6. MI6.
Right.
Yes. And
Because what we are looking at, is some players who already done this act of criminality, and they know exactly how to move their way around the system.
Yeah.
You understand? They know how it play out.
Exactly.
Because what they do to cool off the case, to take away people eyes off the prize, was to incriminate Jeannette Calder. But when you look at Jeannette Calder's statement, it only relate to just over $4 million US dollars.
Yeah.
So what happened to the $27 million US dollar that
a variance of $27 million.
a variance of $27 million US dollar? What happened to that?
Yeah.
We are not seeing any ongoing active investigation as to who took that $27 million in US currency. So I'm glad that Jeannette Calder signed her statement that she took $4 million US dollar.
All right.
So we now want to know what about the $27 million US dollar, who is responsible for that amount.
Amen.
That is the $1 million question we're asking. Because it's over 2 years now, and we have not heard anything regarding that $27 million US dollar that Jeannette Calder did not took. So why make Jeannette Calder the single object as it relates to SSL money gone bust? It can't be she.
Exactly.
I would know even when she signed off on, she was coerced into making that stupid statement against herself because of bribery. They bribe her. You understand? Because even Usain Bolt know that Jeannette Calder can't go around that money as a single individual. She need other people to cooperate with her to start to do that type of fiddling. And as we have always said on various other shows, how comes Krusky running a business but don't know how a business going?
That don't make it.
But this is the same reason why it was flagged in the first place. These activities were taking place all along. And so the blame stopped with FSC.
Yep.
They should have taken away the license because they are the licensing authority that issue license to these places to operate as a financial institute in Jamaica. So, FSC, you have to hold your hand up, hold your hand slowly, and take the blame for SSL saga.
Exactly.
Because you, as an organization, could have stopped it by revoking the license to SSL and then bring the investigating team in to investigate SSL for the irregularity that was uncovered.
Yeah.
So that's where the problem starts, But not just that. When you look, as Byron, said earlier on, Jeannette Calder has played the game before.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They use her in that capacity. So we are looking at a team that changed its name from Paul Chen Young into SSL.
Yeah.
But it's the same team
We're going to get into that later, Melting Pot.
Same team players.
Yes.
Yeah. So right now, Byron, I will take it further and we have a divulge as we go along. But for the 3-minute span, that's my contribution for now.
All right. Very much. And you have said something that is very important. But what I want to also add to that, now that Paula Llewellyn making a move in terms of dealing with Jeannette Calder, let me ask Paula Llewellyn this. So now that he decided to deal with Jeannette Calder, Paula Llewellyn, what about the persons Crawl recommended for these persons to be charged? Are you going to utilize the court time prudently
That's the question.
in dealing with those people as well? What happened to those persons that Crawl recommended, right, to be charged as it relates to Crawl comprehensive report? Because Crawl had done its comprehensive report and recommended charges, you understand, for the respective people.
Yeah.
So we can't just have Paula Llewellyn pushing out Jeannette Calder there, right? Remember now, Paula Llewellyn, since you are going to pursue Jeannette Calder, right? The public wants some transparency as it relates to the completion of Crawl report and the recommendation that Crawl had made for those persons to be charged. Who are those persons? Come on, Paula Llewellyn, you need to do better than this. And this is one of the reasons why the corruption index lose 4 digits downwards as it relates to the corruption index. Okay. So you know that the world is watching you, Paula Llewellyn. The world is watching you.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Let me talk to my lovely sister here. She's making us 3 minutes to speak. Yes, Sister P. Go ahead.
Good evening, happy Valentine. Jamaica, that's
bless up, bless up.
Yeah, man, blessed Mama P.
You know, I went sit back and I listen to you guys and learn so much and look at my country. I want to ask you a question because you know more in the Latin more than that. Other way I learn out from. You know.
Yes.
Now that Dalrymple, Mama Cow, plead guilty, does she have the right to sit in the parliament and to represent people?
Very good question.
Criminal law.
Very good question. To me, let me answer it carefully. In a truthful democracy, no, she wouldn't. But under Andrew Owen's kleptocratic government, remember, kleptocratic government say anything can go on.
Okay. All right.
I hope that answers your question.
Rightfully so.
Is there anywhere the opposition or we the people can bring it to court to say no, we don't want a convicted criminal in our parliament through the constitution?
Wow, another very good question. And look here, no, sir, Sister Pat coming like a university level business base. So let me think in terms of answering that question. I believe that the Jamaican people, right, as it relates to, the Constitution, I'm referring to the right in terms of the people choosing a representative, right, and where if you have the criminal justice system confirm that you have a criminal, the people should have avenues to reject that. Right?
Byron.
I am going to seek, and I'm glad you asked this question because I'm going to seek further advice.
If they had the majority, they could have done no confidence vote. This is why election matters. Why people need to go out and vote, but they don't have the majority. So,
and
here you
another
go,
thing,
Pastor Ricky, and we talk about the kleptocratic government because guess what? Right? In a truthful democracy, right? I mean, that wouldn't have happened. In the United, let us give Sister Pat an example. Right? If this was to take place in the United States, that person couldn't.
Gone.
Gone. Point blank and period. It wouldn't have happened.
Well, if I may just endorse what I know.
This kleptocratic system.
Yes.
What if anything in the Constitution we clearly say no convicted criminal must be in a parliament?
I can categorically tell you. Categorically tell you. My wife is going to research it, but I am going to categorically tell you no. Based on what I know, right? Where that if you convicted, right, of a particular crime, right, that you cannot represent, and this is where, right, that loophole exists. The fact that you don't have that, right, in the Constitution, that entrenching the Constitution in saying that, okay, if you have a criminal conviction, right, then you cannot participate in the electoral process. I don't think we have that. Honestly, I don't think we have that. And so then she now is allowed to get away with that. I see Jamaics holding up his finger. Jamaics, you want to say something in this?
Yes, I want to quickly say that the Constitution will say that it's because of the people who have voted her in. So she would stay in. But it is a case of etiquette. And in 2022, when the Integrity Commission brought the Ethics Code of Conduct to the Jamaica Labour Party, to both political parties, which all the PNP members have signed it, nobody from the incumbent government had signed it. So this particular case comes down to ethics. And given that it comes down to ethics, as you rightfully say, it is a kleptocratic government. So they don't care about what ethics is. They only care about securing vote and a seat. The Prime Minister tell you all the time, Everett Warmington tell you as well, they only do things when it is beneficial to their party. The only reason why she was re-elected in an uncontested by-election is because they believe that she's the only person can defeat Paul Patmore, which we know that it not gonna happen. So to answer your question, ADP, Anti-P, it is not in the Constitution that she has to step aside. However, it comes down to ethics. And as we know, the Jamaica Labour Party don't care nothing about ethics. So therefore, unfortunately, she is going to be there.
Yes, go ahead, Martin Park.
I may just say something as it relates to Westminster principle. And remember, Jamaica has always used the Westminster model.
Yes.
Now in the UK, if a member of parliament is found in breach of any form of activity, more so relating to corruption, theft, and all these variants, the constituency that she represents can move her. So that's why I mentioned earlier on that South Trelawney must not vote for her.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can get her out.
Exactly.
If South Trelawney demonstrate and say we don't want her as a representative of South Trelawney any at all, or even to do with nothing to do with the parish of Trelawney, she have to go.
Well, I mean, if South Trelawney, going down there in terms of supporting her, right? I can say that South Trelawney, anybody who vote for her is voting for her.
Yeah, and Sir Byron.
She's criminally prosecuted. She's a
Yeah. Sir Byron, I also want to
Thank you, Sister Paul. Oh, go ahead, Sister Paul. Sorry.
I was scrolling the internet and I see a family from Trinidad and Tobago get convicted in America. I think I knew we are prison. They get 418 years in prison.
Oh.
They come from Trinidad. They're on the internet.
Yes.
The whole family again. 418 years in prison they get.
Wow.
Well, my wish, we don't want Christmas llama. We want to see Andrew Willis get 836 years.
Oh, you're so kind. Oh, you're so kind to Andrew Willis. I told them in the fine.
No, but because them get 418, 18, and 1836, we just double it.
Oh, okay.
So we just we still have a little lenience to him.
Well, if him come through my court, me I put on 200 on it, you know. 1,000 me I give me.
One thing I want, Uno the dance for. Uno. When live overseas and people have a car and beg Uno and cut down the money. I want to look deep to see these people, Cliff News and everybody will work on station. Who they we don't know them we don't know one them where they are back. But the one them with the rolling mic.
All right.
And this one we lonesome call him Geico.
Yeah, Geico.
Look how they cruel. Them wicked are the gunman them where you say kill people, you know. Because remember now we know melting pot. Usain Bolt foot a God-gift talent in put himself to when dead. And you don't know, say, every young man money gone. Before you come out, he say, even play the devil. Say, boy, he might get back the money I really. You know, say, go on and want make him look like he should have asked. No, you the America. And you have some capital. And you look at some bank the way you want to invest. You can't ask even me anybody and say, oh, your bank, they look, and you read up upon the bank and say, and the business and say, my boy, you say, right, I'll take a chance and I'll go invest in so them are going because you see, when people are turning over and so, how when they put out, you know. So, you know, do nothing wrong. You say, I do investment, you come and invest in money with you, and you take away money. You look at the little people them when you have a come behind them. And you want to see them a big man. I want much land. Usain Bolt using foot in God-given talent. Usain Bolt contribute to this country more than you. Has used nothing but a big load of dog. You know what I mean?
All right.
You bring the country under. Use the worst of the worst of the worst of it. Ever. Them call man Jamaica.
And that's no joke.
We have over 50. We have a Chibanga around this and that. But we have Prime Minister, a chief servant of the country, where every little people say, I want to be a Prime Minister. I want to. You think any people want to be like you? People hate you when they see you. Then come out sick. Because what? As you go anywhere, you say, I'm Jamaican, I'm foreigner. Who know, make them look down we. Right? Imagine in the all over the internet where you take 1.5 million US dollars to promote gay in Jamaica. Which way the hospital, no road, no hospital, no education, no that. You know, still say you are shit, huh? When you still say you know good, you know worse than corrupt. Just do the honorable thing. Just step aside and prepare for your prison sentence. And you say what? If they claim that they don't have the capital in cash in your bank, take their assets because you work honestly. When we now pay your train, when you muscle them tired, when you look at the eyes and know that the whole Jamaica, the whole Caribbean, sure the pan you for win the pass the finishing. And when you can't go, you push. Go, you put Jamaica on top. And mighty God, this is where the diffuse. We are telling you, dead like a rod from how shall suffer before no dead. Right? Go get one when you Venice of Philip. Your parents them are torn at the graves. You is a no that's good no wicked to you, Usain Bolt. So imagine if you guy wicked to Usain Bolt. When all people like me when I think the bad no know. What not do with me? Eh? I might pity them. Eh? But I is back and gone back to class. I mean I tell you again, mystic words cannot explain to how we're grateful. I take this opportunity on the behalf of the Jamaican sensible people. We do appreciate you. You and your wife, Pastor Ricky Melton, but Lord, so me wala uno Jeffrey missing deny them because yourself. Couldn't support with eyes because there's nothing want to teach you. Where if we go to school, we couldn't be because we can't get by food out there. So I yield back.
All
God
right.
bless you.
Yes,
God bless you, Sister P.
Jeffrey, hold on, Pastor Ricky. Make it Jeffrey Tavares, bless up yourself, people. Jeffrey in the chat, member. Again, he's there burning the fire as a soldier as well.
Yeah, man. Big up Tavares, definitely. Yeah.
You know, endorse him, right?
Yeah.
Go on there, right? Subscribe, right? Tune in into Jeffrey because, you know, we are all here burning the fire.
Yeah.
Right? So big up yourself, Jeffrey. Big up yourself.
Amen.
Uncle Jeffrey.
Yeah. Now, can I just say 30 more seconds? One more last point. Besides having the majority to do a no confidence vote,
yeah,
I believe that this is another reason why we need to have a recall in the a vote of recall, because if you can have a recall vote in the parliament when a member of parliament is found to be corrupt or in any type of criminality or scandal or ethics violation, then the recall can, you know, an impeachment as well. So we are endorsing what Comrade Leader Mark Golden has been advocating for, an impeachment bill, a recall bill, because that will strengthen the code of conduct and behaviors of parliamentarians and politicians.
Yes, well said, Pastor Ricky, which is true, right? And so we have to understand the issues what Mark Golden is fighting for. Mark Golden is up against a living demons, living demons from Eleanor. You understand? Yeah. Andrew Wallace administration.
That's how we have to pray. That's how I have to pray for him. You know.
All right. So Wifey is going to read in terms of what she researched and what Sister Pat asked. Go ahead, Wifey.
So according to what I found here, it says that a criminal record may make it difficult for someone to serve in the government of Jamaica. And it says public sector employment. The government of Jamaica has a policy that bans the employment of ex-convicts in the public sector. However, people can apply to the Ministry of Justice. Oops, it's not good. Okay. People can apply to the Ministry of Justice to have a conviction expunged from their record. To be eligible, the person must not have been convicted of a crime during their rehabilitation period.
Okay. So, I mean, wherever we want to take it, and goes back to what I'm saying, that Andrew Wallace administration is a kleptocratic administration, and quite frankly, Andrew Wallace don't really like when the MPs are clean and honest. He like them when they are dirty and corrupted. Right? Andrew Wallace don't like if you are honest and integrity and have integrity. Andrew Wallace not working with you.
My God.
Now, let us get into the spinning with Big Mama, because we are going to take on Big Mama tonight. Let us get into the spinning of Big Mama, right? And we understand why Big Mama doing all the spin, right? Because the government, the administration, the kleptocratic government allow Big Mama, you understand, to continue, right, to rob the government revenue. Simply. And so then the amount of money that Big Mama owe and other persons owe and the government allow them to owe, they are shortening the benefits of our social programs. It's just plain and simple. Yeah. As I said, right? Andrew Holness don't like no one, you understand, in terms of his association, anyone who is clean, honest, and have integrity. And that is the reason why he doesn't like Mark Golden. Let us proceed. Now, but get into Usain Bolt money, Bolt SSL fund nationwide. Let us get into nationwide. Yeah. Let us get into nationwide. Let us hear what Big Mama has to say. So before we speak, go ahead, Big Mama. Defend your local dollars and continue to have, you understand? Continue to rob the government revenues. Go ahead, Big Mama. Continue to rob the government revenues. Go ahead.
What Nationwide reported yesterday was not entirely new. What is new is the reporting we now have that the international forensic investigators have now corroborated what came out in court in 2024, March 2024, and was reported by, and here is the story, from the Observer, the Sunday Finance Observer. And it's entitled, "Was Usain Bolt's Money Ever Invested? The Precipitous Fall of SSL." The difference between this report that was done March 2024 and what Nationwide's George Davis reported yesterday is the fact that the forensic investigators have now corroborated.
Take him away. Take him away. I'm going to try to be very much professional and decent tonight.
Nah, man, deal with them kids.
No, we can deal with him decently.
All right.
We are going to take away that load of excretion. Now, I am going to show Big Mama 3 clips of strong evidence, right, where Bolt money, right, entered into SSL. 3 clips. And the first clip that I'm going to show, right, is the list of the tree. The length of the tree. Now forget the grammar right. The length of the tree that I'm going to show, right, that confirm Bolt money into SSL. Yes, Big Mama. Come on, we have the evidence. Yes, we have the evidence. And so then let us show you, Big Mama, the list of the 3 clips that I'm going to show, right, to convince you and the world that Bolt's money entered into SSL. Now, let us bring up this. Right? St. Vincent Times, Usain Bolt money move out of SSL. Let us show him, show Big Mama, just show Big Mama, right? And this is the least of the 3 that we are going to show. So we're going to show further proof and stronger proof. Between 2012 and 2017, Jamaica track and field legend Usain Bolt put US $6.5 million in the investment business stocks and security limited SSL. But the money was moved out nearly immediately without his knowledge. Immediately. without his knowledge. Now, according to a Jamaica Observer investigation, Bolt invested 6.2 million in SSL in 2012 through a limited liability company called Welgen, which is thought to be an amalgamation of his parents' first names, Wellesley and Jennifer Bolt. In 2017, another 900,000 was put to Bolt's account. However, beginning in 2012, 5.8 million was removed from his account via checks and cash. This is serious, you know, because we are going to, and that's why I am saying that if Bolt must deal with external entity as it relates to United States federal government, I am telling you, Bolt, because the bank that hosted SSL general account, where investors' money are going to log in, right? They will have to now identify and show who are the persons who withdraw these monies. Furthermore, 90,000 in the account between 2019 and 2022 was swiftly withdrawn. This is evidence, you know, people. The money removed would have included interest and dividends earned on top of the minimum amount invested, an Observer source said on Sunday. But the source provided the Observer with portfolio holdings and liability statement, which bore SSL's logo. You hear that, people? And was allegedly sent to the Bolt team in September 2022 and showed fixed income of $3,714,000, equities of US, right, 7,415,000, and cash of 918,000, totaling what? $12 million in the company. So I'm trying to hide it. So confused. Are you seeing this? Have you done your research? Take it away. Let us give him further. Now, spoke of FID, and investigators found, claimed that, right, the money did not touch SSL system with a lie. And that's why PJ Patterson slap you on your mouth and sue you. You see why? This is why PJ Patterson sue you and win you, slap you on your mouth. You understand? You're full of passa. You want passa station. You're not credible. So now let me give you now what the investigators are now saying, because you never do your research. Mama, you don't do your research. You just run out. You want to defend Andrew and say, let me ask you a question, big man. Do you have an account in SSL? It's a question I'm asking. Why you come out and you're bigger, you defend and blah, blah, blah. I ain't done no research. It is not like, you understand, this information is not out there. The information is out there, but your shoes, right, to be oblivious, conveniently. Right? You choose not to acknowledge the information that is out there, but you're relevant to tell lie and spew venom. Right? So let me bust the bubbles tonight. I mean, the people that understand say, you are not a credible. I don't know why the people don't listen to you. I really don't know why the people don't listen to you. I don't know, understand. As a matter of fact, what I believe, right, is simply GLP people who definitely gone over their abyss. You understand? Them love criminality more than anything else. And then the people that listen to you, you know, big mama. Critical thinkers, right? Now go listen to you. You know how much Jamaics listen to you. Jamaics listen to big mama.
I don't have brain cells to lose, you know, or to waste rather.
Oh, you don't have a brain? Okay. Melting pot, you listen to big mama? Tell me no, you know.
privy to his connection service.
Can we know? Because if you listen to Big Mama, I'm burn you off a station.
I'm privy to theme service, you know.
Some pastor, Richard, me I left you out. You listen to Big Mama?
Not really. I get clips because people send stuff, I see stuff, and I hear what they're saying. But if you're talking about that way, I hear the video, I see the videos, I hear the clips, and I even debunk some of them on my TikTok channel. But no, I don't have time to lower my level of consciousness and reasoning skill, you know.
So let us talk. Let us get into what Big Mama said. We are FID. I'm going to show Big Mama we are investigators validating that Bolt's money was found in SSL. Without any further delay, get to that. Because this is what we speak around here now. Truth. Facts. We don't deal with wolf. Facts we deal with in this year. Both SSL funds validated. Let us go. So Big Mama never know till we have this. Hey, Big Mama, you run out. You understand? Your minions, them run out. Both SSL funds validated. See, authorities confirm Sprint Legends US $6.2 million investment with firm. Confirm it. Authorities confirm it. So let us read now, Big Mama. Jamaican authorities have validated a claim that a company owned by sports legend Usain Bolt was allegedly defrauded of $6.2 million or almost 950 million Jamaican dollars at investment firm Stocks and Security Limited. They never see this, Big Mama. The disclosure came last week during the trial of a claim that the Financial Service Commission, Big Mama? The Financial Service Commission has brought against SSL and trustee Cadian Campbell. No ordinary source, you know. This is the Financial Service Commission. You understand? Who validating that Bolt money was in SSL. Have you seen this, Big Mama? Have you done a research? During cross-examination by the defense on Thursday, SSL's temporary manager, Jeannette Calder, said just over a month after his team took over, they confirmed the amount. See the people, see the evidence? They confirmed the amount that was taken from the accounts of Bolt's company, Belgian Limited. Big Mama, did you see this? Let me ask you a question, Big Mama. Have you done your research? Did you know that this documentation was out there? Eh? I tell you that you are not a credible person. So, by the end of March 2023, you were able to validate, here it is here, Big Mama, validate the Belgian claim in terms of the $6.2 million in question. Ask King's Counsel, Carleen Lamar, the independent attorney appointed by the Supreme Court to represent SSL. Tomlinson responded, yes. He explained that although Belgian had submitted a claim to SSL for US $6.2 million, his team conducted its own forensic exercise to arrive at an independent conclusion. Take it away on it. Take that away. Let us go to panel. Bombshell tonight. You know. But before I get to the panel, remember I said I am going to use 3 evidence. You understand? To wipe out Big Mama. To show you how. You understand that he is not a credible entity. I don't know who really listen to this. You understand? So-called, I don't know what it is. Let us get into the final response where Bolt himself is responding. Let us get that. Who's paid? St. Leo Bolt. Right? Let us get into Bolt confirming what investigators also had confirmed. Big Mama, you have no credibility around here. You understand? Mystic Sensation is eating you. Right? Thousands of miles away from the coal. Right in the North Pole. We are coming in from the coal. Right? Now, this is Usain Bolt. This is Bolt response. So let me talk to you now, Big Mama. You know what Bolt is saying here? All funds lodged at SSL by Mr. Bolt's company were transferred via bank transaction, and each and every payment was acknowledged by the institution in writing. You hear that, Big Mama? Hey, Big Mama? You hear that Bolt is collaborating in terms of what FSC found and what other investigators found. You hear that, Big Mama? I will not go on arms out. Furthermore, Mr. Ken Tomlinson, who was appointed by the Financial Service Commission, FSC, to take temporary management of SSL, found records confirming these lodgement and as attested to them in the Supreme Court. Big Mama, you hear that, Big Mama? Yeah, Big Mama? As them say talk about how people attack you and shoot up a car. You understand, with the old garbage, pay lie. Therefore, any suggestion that funds from Mr. Bolt's company, Wellgen Limited, did not reach SSL is inaccurate and without merit. The notion that Mr. Bolt was negligent in making these deposits is entirely unfounded. Let me tell you something, Andrew. You see, I am in here. Let me tell you something, and that's why right now, may I tell Bolt say, don't anticipate nothing from Paula Llewellyn. Paula Llewellyn can't change your narrative and make you know, like, okay, all right, me ready now. Me gonna pursue Jeannette Calder. So Bolt, hold off. Bolt, don't listen to that. Me to tell a Bolt, right? Go and report, right, to the United States Authority so that people can put on the Jamaican government and make them lift up. Now, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the government of Jamaica, and hundreds of Jamaican citizens invested in SSL. Now, let me ask a question. The Prime Minister of Jamaica, the government of Jamaica, and hundreds of Jamaican citizens invested in SSL. Now, I lie this, the Prime Minister not invested in SSL. The Prime Minister, which account the Prime Minister have? I want to know this. Which account have we seen where the Prime Minister money taken from that particular account and put in an SSL for investment? We not see none of that. The Integrity Commission investigation done, and that's how the garbage for Andrew Wallace. And we not see none of the 28 account where no money leaving from Andrew Wallace account into SSL as it relates to his investment, particularly in 2018. But in China, SSL, you are going to tell me, say, you don't have no farmer information in 2008 where Andrew Wallace supposed to have an account to say him withdraw some money from and put in a SSL to start. No, Andrew Wallace, let me tell you something. Time is catching up on you, and it is catching up on you very fast. Me have to tell you that, That's why I say, Bolt, don't anticipate any too much time I want you about. Just too much time I want you. An institution which was approved and regulated by the government to suggest that Mr. Bolt was careless or lacked proper financial man. Hold on. When you talk about Bolt careless, let me ask you a question. Let me ask Uno a question. Did Bolt take NHT money and put in a SSL? You talk about Bolt careless. Did Bolt take NHS money and put in a SSL? Did Bolt take egg tax money and put in a SSL? And we are the corruptors of SSL. Trick the entire Jamaican people down to the taxpayers there to rob the Jamaican people and rob taxpayers by putting NHT, NIX, and egg tax money. Who careless? This look like a Bolt careless. But the man who orchestrated the influence the whole Jamaicans invest so that he can take with the people their money. Who careless? Who you tax the careless? Can you imagine? Mr. Bolt was careless or lack proper financial management, right? It's to imply the same about every Jamaican who has invested in a government-approved financial institution. Them out of there. When he's guilty of nothing more than investing in the country that he loves. Can you imagine? No, take it away. I don't even want him read anymore. I get them makes me take it away. Take it away. I'm going to just quickly go to the point. Now, right now I feel like crying. I said, I'm not cry about.
Ball out.
Let me ask a question here. Let me ask a question. What you call them? Them a JLP lab rat ya. Them a JLP lab corrupted rat ya. JLP lab corrupted rats. You understand? Who try to blame Bolt for investment? What? The Prime Minister not claims he invest. The Prime Minister not claims he invest. And the matter of fact, the Prime Minister not investing more money. A bang around this, The Prime Minister, there is no evidence that the Prime Minister investing more money. But the Prime Minister take up with NIS, with NHT, with head tax. Talk to me, Melting Pot. Who cares? Talk to me.
Melting Pot here.
Melting Pot, you know, hear me?
RC flows.
Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, you know. Which one of them killers?
Well, I mean, the Prime Minister more careless than Bolt. Because, I mean, over $2 billion him used from Jamaica taxpayers and funnel in a SSL. And as you just rightfully said, we don't see no sign of Andrew Holness physical money when invest in a SSL. It seems like the return that Andrew Holness get from SSL was from the proceeds of Jamaican taxpayers, $2 billion when put in a SSL. So when Nancy thinking Big Mama, I gonna come out and try to defend a criminal regime leader, I want to make assertion in regard to Usain Bolt money never touch the system. They knock him head on a big rap round a river road, man. Yeah? Because when you do electronic banking, it have to touch. It has to. Because banking does a decline, You know it touch.
Exactly.
So you don't know right there and then if the money touch the system. Because the system would have, told him what went on. That it declined.
Exactly.
So if a board management team then put the money in there, they would have known. Right? Yeah. But there is the evidence you have in front of you. I remember board so then get also respond in writing.
Exactly.
You understand? So clearly, Big Mama was sleeping underneath a rock round a river road. And it looked like it to the realization that we have the documents on this whole criminal Ponzi scheme.
All right.
You understand? So I advise Big Mama to stop spread garbage information to the Jamaican people. But we know why Big Mama have to come out and say this thing. God, Big Mama have to defend Andrew Holness tooth and nail. Because so him get paid. This is the reason why I owe $1.2 billion in tax revenue. This is the reason why Big Mama can withdraw an employee statutory deduction from them wages and don't turn it into the respective collector of tax. This is why Big Mama don't get wind up. Just like how we see FSC never wind up SSL.
Exactly.
You know, the government and the tax administration have given Big Mama leeway to operate in a Jamaica as a non-compliance taxpayer.
Yes.
How that happen? Connection have to be there.
Yes.
Yeah, because no ordinary citizen in a Jamaica can work so much in a tax. And then business not get taken away. Because we say artists, motor vehicle get confiscated by Jamaica tax collectors. And them never work. The smidgen.
Exactly.
How we now thinking Big Mama work. When we deprive Jamaica of developing because the country run off a tax. And when you can't have Big Mama alone, when 1.2 billion, you know. Plus there are many more of Andrew Wallace associate them who are not paying any tax. Because Andrew Wallace himself can say not like pay taxes. So whoever formulate themselves around Andrew Wallace seems to have a loophole in evading the tax man.
Yes.
So Big Mama now have to come out from the stage and
hold on a minute. Hold on. Just hold on a minute, Melting Pot. I want to speak to J-Ham, right? And just educate J-Ham. J-Ham is saying Bolt invested his money between 2008 to 2009 to 2013, right? And asked who was the government then. Now, J-Ham, that is not correct. Bolt did not invest his money in SSL 2008, J-Ham. Bolt invested his money into SSL 2012. 2012, right? If you research, right, you will find that information, right? And so then you have to understand that in 2012, when Bolt invested his money, who invested in SSL was Andrew. Honest invested his money in SSL 2008. I hope that information have you corrected. All right, so that is it. Now go ahead, Martin.
Yes, so as I was saying, this is the reason why Big Mama have to come out on stage and sing and dance.
Yes.
Because Big Mama is one of Andrew Wallet's puppet, so to speak. Where the media fraternity is concerned in Jamaica, Big Mama is the puppet of the media fraternity in Jamaica. Big Mama know that 100% of him report them, there are lies. I have never heard Big Mama come out and report nothing that is substantiated to the people in terms of credibility. What Big Mama has always done is propaganda and scandal and mischief making in Jamaican society. If you notice, Big Mama is a one-sided mouthpiece radio who does not incorporate the opposition party.
True.
The only time you see him mention opposition party, I will not tell life on them. Like when you do with the nasty thinking one name, Lauren Lowe. You understand? But nothing in terms of credible action taken by the People's National Party will never be highlighted. The only reason why you see Big Mama have to come out now is because of the fire where we put underneath him. Big Mama coming like a punk in a shell. You hot it have to come out. And the heat will turn on from Big Mama.
Yeah.
Because we export Big Mama to the citizens of Jamaica.
Yes.
With all the wrongdoing we're involved in. Withdrawing the people them statutory money from them salary monthly and not paying it over. Big Mama is stealing from even his workers. Big Mama is stealing from the treasury in Jamaica. So Big Mama have no credibility to come talk to anybody in a Jamaica. Big Mama not supposed to report from Bolt situation. Because Big Mama is always on the side of the government, led by Andrew Wallace, who is the mastermind of all corruption in Jamaica, currently as we speak. Ask this government to see so much corruption. It's unreal. From money laundering to drug trafficking, state killing, all type of shenanigans. I remember, you know, you never hear Big Mama come out and condemn whatever action taken by the government and how the country are run. You understand? Big Mama don't have no time for that. What Big Mama have time for is to suppress the truth as it relates to all the corruption activity. When the government award themselves 200%, Big Mama endorse it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Because it give
a minute, Melting Pot. I soon make you come back in this space. I just want to take the caller because sometimes we have to consider that, you know, might be we don't want them credit to run and so forth. All right, caller, you're on Mystic Sensation. Please go ahead. Right.
Good night, Mystic Sensation, to your panelists.
Bless up my family.
Now, yes, man. This issue, this burning issue that is being discussed, and as you know, some sector of the media is blaming Bolt and because he invested and never check out this company. But nobody ever stopped to think that the leader of this country invested in that same very institution.
Exactly.
And he came out on top. The leader of this country presided over government entities because he was so confident about this organization. He risked government entities money into SSL. And as far as I'm aware, government entities in the past has never gone into risky investment, so to speak.
So true.
They would purchase BOJ certificate of deposit and BOJ bonds. Because remember, you know, panelists and Misty, the monies that are invested for government is really taxpayers' money, you know.
Oh yes, you're right.
It is said that it is said that taxpayers should be they should ensure that the tax dollar, be put in any investment at a low risk. Right? So it should not have been there, but yet the government placed these entities there as a high risk thing. But the comparison I really want to make is that the chief servant and anybody who would take the cue from it went into SSL and knew when to close his account. He has benefited. So when somebody is questioning how bad SSL was, and it is really bad, but yet the Prime Minister benefited. So, you know, it's something that the comparison needs to be made to all these people who are trying to say Bolt made a bad investment. And Bolt investment was really bad, as I hear you say. The money was stolen.
Exactly.
That is different from you invest in a stock or shares and it was a bad investment and you lose. Everybody know that. But when your funds are actually stolen, there's a different kettle of fish. So whenever you make reference to the SSL and those people, just remind them that the Prime Minister, the chief servant, was in that same entity.
Here
and
you go.
He came out without a scratch.
Here you go.
So, you know, that's just what I have to say for the time.
Very.
Thanks for the time.
You're welcome, sir. Very solid point the caller made as it relates to they are not focusing on the chief servant, which is Andrew Holness, right? One made a calculated risk, right? And let me say this, right? Because we keep on saying that Andrew Holness invests into SSL. right? And this is where it's at for me, right? SSL was not doing any investment. SSL was stealing people's money. We want Jamaican to get what I'm saying. The evidence is there as it relates to FSC flagging them, you understand, from 2012 saying that SSL is misappropriating investors' money. I am not making up these things, right? These are facts. SSL was a Ponzi scheme. I showed the document as it relates to FSC and the Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE, right, who colluded to have SSL and the Jamaica Stock Exchange to trick investors. SSL was a legitimate business when SSL was stealing in spite of all the breaches that SSL committed. The kleptocratic government allowed SSL to continue its mayhem simply because of who orchestrate the pilfering in SSL. And Mark, note, people, that what you need to take note, right, that Jeannette Calder in her statement, right, which is the first time that I became aware that she had worked for SSL in 1997. In 1997, SSL was not existed. In 1997, right, what happened was Paul Chen Young and Associates. Let us get back, right, into our history search. It was Paul Chen Young and Associates that Jeannette Calder was working for. And in the debacle, right, you cross-carry also transfer Jeannette Calder from Paul Chen Young and Associates into SSL and carry along the thief. Let me can call her thief, you know, because she write a confession. I mean, I'll take it back.
Well,
as a matter of fact, reshape that. You cross-carry, transfer along the criminal Jeannette Calder, right? Because she have her confession out there. Me never tell her stuff. Write no confession. She write a confession and sign to it. She's a criminal. So me call her a criminal because she's indeed a criminal. The conspiracy with Paul Chen Young and Associates, right, in extension, carry through, you understand, as it relates to SSL. Remember when SSL came into being in the people? When do you think SSL came into being? SSL came into being in 2006. 2006.
Yeah.
Paul Chen Young handed over Paul Chen Young and Associates to you cross-carry, who converted Paul Chen Young and Associates into SSL.
Yeah.
So when Jeannette Calder said she has been working with SSL from 1997, what Jeannette Calder is saying that she had worked for Paul Chen Young and Associates from 1997 and was transferred in 2006 into SSL.
Same players. Same players. Yeah.
Same players.
But what is number?
And you want to know that Jeannette Calder was there, right? No, you cross-carry mix up. You understand? And so let me ask Paul Alolin something. Something come to my mind. So Paul Alolin, now you are going to deal with Jeannette Calder, right? Have you, as it relates to you see you have your task force. Me only put this out there that means if you come in with the hanky-panky. Have your task force as your task force pursuing as it relates to where SSL general bank account is and where investors' money going into that account as it relates to both money that being wired into that account let me ask you a question, Father Llewellyn. Is your task force is pursuing as it relates to who withdraw those monies? And what did they do with it? You're making that this thing is complicated and this thing is, you know, I mean, come on, this is not complicated. Follow the money, woman. Follow the money. Right? Bolt wired money to SSL. General account in ISAT. A suspect, as a matter of fact, me a melting pot no which bank today, you know. Now me put call it out. You understand what I said? So then, that money, right, who we are interested in are the persons who withdraw the money. How difficult that is, Father? How difficult that is in terms of, okay, find out who draw the money and what did they do with the money. How difficult that is, Father Llewellyn. Because you are protecting, Father Llewellyn, let me say this plain. You are protecting the bank. You are protecting the bank. You understand as it relates to their money laundering activities. That is what you are doing. Tell me. And sensible investigator. You tell me if I know that Father Llewellyn. Eh? What is the man? You tell me. Let me see. Go ahead, Melting Pot.
Yeah. Now, let me just look on something and put it out there to the people as it relates to whether I say go take risks when I'm going to SSL, when I'm investing money in a SSL as an investor. For them come out and say that, you know, them already know say it's a Ponzi scheme the man them are run. Because remember the Prime Minister that said risk, you know. The Prime Minister was endorsing SSL, advertising SSL as an investment scheme where I beg the people to invest their money into. So what reached them now is where this investigation reached, and then put it at a stalemate because, I mean, the DPP get the report from Crawl and Feed, you know, step on our table as we speak. Yeah, she can't deny that. But she cannot read what's in the report. She not make no comment on why in the report. And she not pursue the people and were in the report to get charged. Right? So for Big Mama and them associate them come out and make claims about take risk. But not take no risk. Them know the risk where SSL administrate and that it would have prescribed to the investor. Because they want to be a criminal or run a criminal scheme. But they never did want Bolt. Because it means the Prime Minister endorsed an investment scheme, you know. Would attempted to invest in it too. I remember the Prime Minister, the only one we used to get back money from SSL, but we don't see which part the Prime Minister physically put up money in a SSL where leave from his personal profile account.
Exactly.
So we know the money the Prime Minister put in a SSL was all of Jamaican taxpayers' money from NHT, Education Tax, NIS, and 2 more agencies. A 5 agency money, you know, totaling over 2 billion. And it him collect money pan. So Andrew Wallace robbed the taxpayers right there and then. Because none of these 5 agencies get back the money. But that's the only money where Andrew Wallace put in it come from them agency. Because we know we can't see no trace and no profile account to Andrew Wallace have himself where money leave from them going to the SSL. So he wasn't an investor. He was an instigator in a sending SSL for rob the people. Him the right up in a SSL to his neck. And nobody can tell me to take back that because me done do my research on this SSL saga and dissect all the intricacy and the players that were involved in it. That's why they notice you can see Gene and Panther across the field from over Paul Chenyon and associate into SSL. Because them user in the 90s meltdown too. You understand? She privy to the whole of them activity. So what you have to do? You're not going to recruit somebody new when you know about the formula. You have to use somebody who tried and tested. And Gene and Pantan tried and tested. Round the criminals then. Them have confidentiality in a sheet to carry out for them work with them gear in a fair capacity. Because everybody were involved have a role to play in this. So board never take no risk. The risk where all of them know, including Big Mama, was that this was a criminal organization that them assembled to defraud Jamaican investors and Jamaican taxpayers. And I yield back to the panel.
All right. Not wasting any time. Jamaica's coming in and cruising.
Thank you ever so much. And, you know, Melting Pot is right. Host of information just now, and I hope that people are listening and, you know, continue the critical thinking, because that is what we're about. You know, provoke thoughts, and what is out there, evidence is already there. It's for us to understand it and spread the word, because this is how we get rid of corruption. We have to talk about it. We have to hold people accountable. Transparency, integrity, those are the words that the JLP and the JLP members, they're afraid of. Hence the reason why they don't sign the ethics code of conduct. And we have to keep on saying that. Imagine somebody who cannot consent to you, that they're not going to. Let's say, for example, you're hiring a babysitter, and somebody cannot consent, sign to say that they won't, you know, molest your child. They won't treat your child anyway. That is the Jamaica Labour Party not signing to the ethics code of conduct. So they cannot be trusted 100%. And we have to say it each and every day, say it loud and clear, that Nationwide is not a credible news network. It is a propaganda station. It is a station that enables criminality. They hold corruption close to them. They love corruption. And we want them to answer to the Jamaican people. Are you paying over your taxes to the Jamaican government? Yeah? And while you're filing nil return, there are some negative things that it causes on the Jamaican people, and we have to know that. Yeah? Reducing public revenue and social service, health care, and schools aren't able to get the money that it needs because you not filing your taxes, you're not paying over your taxes to the government, undermining accountability. Well, the Jamaican people already not trust this government. And you make it worse when we see these things in the social space, you know. Yeah, and the infrastructure, the poor road infrastructure, is because of things like this, result of things like this. And you stifle the economical growth of the country. So you say people who are supposed to get part money can't get part money because they don't have enough taxes. You understand? So all of these things are affected. And I hear Uncle Byron asking me if I hear things that Nationwide is saying, you know. Guess what, man? I hear, but I don't listen. There's a fundamental difference, you know. Because if you sit down and listen, just like if I should come in at your house and throw garbage on your bed, I know you will be upset. You understand? So I will never sit down and let Nationwide throw garbage in my head. Never.
Exactly.
There are stations that you cannot consume too much of them. I remember I listened to George Davis said about the uncontested by-election in South Trelawney. I remember when he said that he don't care about how much money he wants to spend. Remember, bear in mind, people, Jamaican people, we were just coming out of Beryl, where a lot of schools had lost their roof. And this was an uncontested by-election. right? Not the one in South Carolina, sorry, the one in northeastern time. That one. Yeah, we were just coming out of burial. And instead of the prime minister prioritize spending on the education system, ensuring that the schools are ready, they prefer to waste you and I's money on election. This is the type of government that we have. So I think it's J Ham in the comment section going on and on. You are a typical labor right. You just spend too much time talking and don't listen. You spend too much time defending corruption and standing for nothing. As Alexander Hamilton said, those who stand for nothing will fall for anything. But let me tell you, there are too much well-thinking Jamaicans for us to fall for corruption and kleptocracy. We're not going to do it. The Jamaican people are smarter than ever before. See the SSL boss there? SSL boss, this writer so we're talking to. You see, let me tell you, Usain Bolt, I hope you're listening. You see, when the 9-day wonder done, you have mystic sensation, this door, this magical door, yeah, this dynamic door that has never left it one day because they understand the importance. We're sitting and standing and we're listening. We're in the presence of a professional investigator who loves Jamaica, in Mr. Byron and his wife, doing proper work and bringing to the Jamaican people. This is serious business. Jamaican people, if we cannot have confidence in our financial system, we cannot move forward as a country. So just like a farmer knows a bad weed about, that is SSL. And the bad weed again, the government. We have to take them out. Them time done, time come for people, whole government official accountable. Those three words that the GLP hate: integrity, accountability, and transparency. And that we have tell us we want. So that is what I look at it for now.
Well said. What a sweet sound to the ears. Pastor Ricky, yes. All right.
Yeah, man.
He's
Blessings.
coming to the space.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron and Melting Pot Jamaics. Yeah.
All
Now,
right.
let us not get distracted with the labor rights in the chat and the bloggers. I hear them today on in the social media space, and what they're trying to do is the script that they were given to muddy the water to say that Bolt lost his money doing Mama P administration. But let me just debunk that lie and foolishness. SSL is a private company. They're not a government company. SSL was licensed by the FSC, which is a government agency, but they are a private company and the government has no control over what a private business do in Jamaica. Yes, the criminal prime minister in this case was associated with SSL and getting money based upon what we know from video evidence, document evidence, his former lawyer Patrick Bailey's statement, the IC report. And so one of the things that is so fundamentally revealing and is true is that the criminal prime minister has a pattern. And the pattern that as Melting Pot and you say, Sir Byron, that they're taking taxpayers' funding, and it's in the IC report, so nobody's making this up, from taxpayers' money like NHT, NIS, and the education tax, and put it in the SSL Ponzi scheme, and it yield, and they get a withdrawal from it. Now, the pattern that I'm highlighting is that if you go back to the IC report, you will see the same behavior with this criminal prime minister when he took $34,000 of charity funds from his charity foundation and invested into stocks and bond. And for 4 years, he kept the maturity yielding off that 34,000. And he never put it back into the charity until the investigators asked him about it. And that's when he put it back, the 34,000. But we don't know if he put the old interest that yielded or mature from. And so we see this pattern where he takes money that does not belong to him, because charity money are money that donors made a contribution based upon what you are advertising to your charity for them to donate to assist you with. It's not your money, and the NHT money is not your money. The NIS money is not your money. The education tax money is not your money, but it's the pattern of him stealing. Because whenever you take something, Granny always tell us from we were little, if you go to the store and thief a sweetie, you steal it. If you never pay for it because it didn't belong to you. So based upon those principles, when you take money that did not belong to you and you use it for your own personal gain, that's a crime right there. And he should be prosecuted for these things. Now, as it relates to Big Mama, Mouthpiece radio station, they are guardians to protect criminality and corruption because they have colluded, collaborated, and find themselves in jeopardy because they owe back taxes that they couldn't pay with 10 write-off. As a result, that they have to now carry the bucket for criminality and corruption. And so when we think of Big Mama and his Mouthpiece station, is that they're the same one that says they were the first one on the scene in the Parliament fire on Duke Street, and their camera was following around the hall showing where the fire was when it should have been a stationary camera in the building, and that was debunked. They're the same one that shut up them own Subaru in the parking lot and say that somebody, because the Gensec made a statement about their Mouthpiece station, he was the one that caused the Subaru to be shot at. That was debunked, and it turned out to be another lie, another public mischief. They're the same one that says Dwayne Valls was a member, one of the illicit six, when the IC says that they're investigating members of parliament, current members of parliament, and Dwayne Valls was not a current member of parliament. That was debunked, and it turned out they were pathological liars. They the same one tried to implicate Mikhail Phillips when the IC was investigating him for late submission and not payment, and said that he is guilty of illicit enrichment. That was debunked, and it turned out that they were a pathological liar. Then they were the same one that says that when the IC released their annual report and said that there were 2 additions to make from 6 to 8 illicit enrichment in the parliament, they said no, it's only 2 left. So 4 was clear from the 6. That turned out to be another pathological lie, and that was debunked. They're the same one now is using Lauren Lowe. 2 people is having a voice note conversation, but then they leak one side and you never hear the other side of the conversation to stir up the propaganda machine to try to inspire their base, and try the base that's deflated, the base that is demoralized, the base that is depressed, and try to store up, feed them red meat to make them think that both parties are the same. So when you look at some of these chronological events of the public mischief of this criminal enterprise that is owed $1.2 billion in taxes, that got received 10 write-offs, which needs to be investigated very thoroughly to find out why you got 10 write-off when you should be paying your taxes. So nobody should take them at face value. Nobody should even believe in this station. Nobody should, from the People's National Party, should even give them the time of the day to give them an interview to, so they can spin the narrative and run. Because the next morning, them still are going to hammer you anyhow. So you waste your time. I talk to them. But what I'm saying finally is that the web of corruption, it's deafening. It stinks to the point where Jamaica has sunk 4 points, as you said, Sir Byron, on the corruption perception index that reveals the countries of the world that has deplorable corruption problem. And then Jamaica is number 2, I believe, behind Haiti. And it's a sad day because this will turn off investors to want to come to invest in Jamaica. Last year in June, they had an illegitimate, unregistered Jamaica Global Diaspora conference in Montego Bay. That is their diaspora thing is not registered with the U.S. Justice Department. It's illegal. It's not illegitimate, and so they're trying to attract investors into Jamaica. But with all of these bombshell revelations of $3 trillion gone missing, stolen, chopped, unaccounted for from the Treasury, with all of these bombshell revelations of 12.2 billion stolen or missing, chopped, or unaccounted for in the Prime Minister's office gone, with $111 billion stolen, chopped, missing, unaccounted for from the health, the finance ministry, $830 billion missing, chopped, gone, stolen, unaccounted for from the health ministry. $152 billion missing, chopped, stolen, gone from the security ministry. And then we hear of the labor ministry and the security ministry, that all of them stealing money from taxpayers. And so now we have to wonder if all of that money that is stolen was dumped into some Ponzi scheme so that they can get the yielding and the maturity from whatever they were invested in and enriching themselves. We're dealing with a criminal, transnational, organized crime in the Jamaica Labour Party and the government. We're dealing with a culture of corruption. So therefore, nothing should surprise any one of us, because they average at least 2 to 3 scandals per week. You can guarantee that next week there will be 2 to 3 more scandals of the week as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. So what they're doing, they're trying to suppress the vote by trying to paint the picture that both parties are the same. But let me submit to you tonight that everything we're sharing tonight and all these weeks, night in, night out, we can identify that both parties are not the same. This is a criminal enterprise, criminal, transnational, money laundering, drug trafficking, in the Jamaica Labour Party. And I say that based upon the IC report. I say that based upon WikiLeaks about the national security minister. I say that based upon a guy who hold up a visa with a nominal number that described that he's someone that's on the radar of the U.S. government for illicit drug trafficking and money laundering. So that's the kind of government that we're dealing with, that we have to now go out and put the X beside the head, and enough is enough, and vote them all out. There's 7, one last point, 7 corrupted members of parliament who have enriched themselves with taxpayers' money that is yet to be unmasked or revealed or uncovered, based upon what the IC report said, that there were 8, but one of them was exposed and is already revealed, and that one is compromised, which is the Prime Minister. He's now the subject of what we would call blackmailing. So world leaders now, who knows of his financial crimes and the irregularities that he has committed, he's a subject for blackmail, and he will sell out the interests of Jamaica to world governments, like a person like Trump, because he's afraid of prison time or more exposure. So right there, he's unfit to continue to be the Prime Minister of Jamaica, because he does not have the interests of and the development and the growth of Jamaica at heart. His interest is about himself and to protect himself. And so when he goes to prison, which will be the first Prime Minister to go to prison in the history of Jamaica, when he goes to prison, he's going to take a lot of these. That's why when I hear them running out, protecting him and saying all these things, the whole of them are going to prison with him, and him alone are going to prison. So, let us be mindful what we are dealing with, a transnational organized crime in the Jamaica Labour Party government. And it's time that the people of Jamaica rise up, wake up, and go to the polls whenever they call the election and vote them all out. You can't take the risk of voting for these people, including the criminal prime minister and the other 7 in the parliament, because the IC have not unmasked them yet. So you don't know who is the other 7. So what you have to do is hold accountable all of them, just to ensure that you don't vote for the 7 corrupt, illicit enrichment members of parliament to continue in office. Amen. Back over to you.
All right. Thank you for that, Pastor Ricky. I would endorse everything that you have said, because what you have said is true. However, I want to speak to J Ham, right? And I mean, we are going to agree to disagree, right? Because we are professional people, right? And we can rationalize a conversation. Now, J Ham said, again, if you have all this evidence, hand it over. Okay. Now, J Ham, let me say this to you. As it relates to the Integrity Commission investigation.
Him not read, man.
Hold on, Pastor Ricky. As it relates to the Integrity Commission investigation, and where the Integrity Commission investigators highlighted, right, this particular item, that $143,000 US was transferred, right, to an account that the Prime Minister had taken out 10 days prior, as it relates to $0. $0. Now, based on the Integrity Commission investigators, if you are following investigation, you will realize that none of the 28 accounts speaks of any money that left from any of those accounts into SSL to begin investment. Let me bring you back, J-Ham, to another item. The Integrity Commission investigators also revealed that there was a $700,000 US, right, that lodged into one of the Prime Minister's account. Let us talk about that.
Citibank, 713,000. Yeah,
713,000. The Prime Minister said that is a mistake. The 713,000 US should be 713,000 Jamaican dollars. Now, this is what you and I, we are going to argue now, Jehan. In terms of my profession, right, as an auditor. Now you can speak to any bank person. If the Prime Minister made a mistake like that, if there was an error like that, the bank would have caught it day one. Because you know what? That transaction as it relates to the daily activities wouldn't be balanced. So I want for you to think with me, J.M. The bank activities throughout the day and at the close of the day, that wouldn't be balanced. So if the Prime Minister is saying that, okay, I made a mistake as it relates to, lodged 713 US dollars into a Jamaican account. Number one, the bank has its respective account order. So if you have US account, US dollars is going to go into that account. If you have Jamaican account, Jamaican dollars are going to go into that account. So if there was a mistake made, right? I am speaking to you now, JR. Could you explain to us in the chat that if a mistake made with those two accounts, what would have happened? I'm asking you, if you have US dollars going into the Jamaican account, right? What would have happened as it relates to the end of day and the bank, you understand, is going to balance out. You would have seen, obviously, an overage. So you know that the Prime Minister is lying. You would have seen an overage in one account, and you would have seen a large deficit in one account. That is just common sense. That is just common sense. The Prime Minister cannot explain this. So I'm saying to you, Jeha, right? I don't want you to run in. I want you to respond in terms of what I'm saying. And I would like you understand, to answer me in terms of what I said. That is how we deal with you rationally over here. We ask you these questions and we ask your input, you understand, to respond to what I just said. Right? If you understand, right, the processes as it relates to these banking transactions. So we know that the Prime Minister definitely lied. You understand? The bank would have catch on onto it. You understand? Day one. And if it doesn't, right, then the appropriation account, the bank appropriation account, would have thought that. That couldn't be in the bank going for over several months. Could never. So, JR, think of this, figure this out, come back to Mystic Sensation, and give me an answer. And if you can't answer now, you can come back next week and give me an answer. All right? So these are the questions that I'm asking you. So when you're coming over and you're asking people to give you evidence, you understand that it relates to what you understand we believe that the Prime Minister had done, right? Speak to Mystic Sensation, right? And so then now, since you have me asking you these questions, you now answer and tell me your solutions. All right, so we left that there. There. All right, well, good. Now let us get into, right, something as related to Jeannette Pantan statement. We're going to finish up that. That is the last clip, and then we get into Jeopardy. So we are just going to bruise through that, and then we get into Jeopardy. Wifey, bring up Jeannette Pantan statement. Let us just read through the statement, right? All right. Now, we realize that we put some pressure as it relates to this so-called confession statement. And we realize that Paula Llewellyn now decided to take a 180 degrees turn. She was talking about she's not going to sacrifice on the altar expediency for accuracy. That's what she said, right? So here it is now that we have seen how Paula Llewellyn decided now. You understand? Boy, I'm going to change my mind. Right? Might as well deal with it because pressure coming from all angles. So now let us get into this information as it relates to that. Right? Now, this is a statement of Jeannette Pantan. Right? Let us get into it. I, Jeannette Pantan, voluntarily give this statement at 8 Lady Musgrave Road, Kingston 5 in the parish of St. Andrew, in the presence of my attorney at law, Kamika Harris, and will say as follows. I reside at 7 Digen Art Close, Kingston 6, St. Andrew, and my address for the purposes of this statement is 19 Haven May Drive, Kingston 19, St. Andrew. I have been employed to Stocks and Security Limited for 25 years, starting April 1st, 1997. Let us correct that. So she has not employed to Stocks and Security Limited, right, as she spoke there, April 1st, 1997. If she said that, then which she said and she signed, we know that's a careless lie. Jeannette Pantan, right, based on 1997, would have employed to Paul Chen Young and Associates. Now, Paul Chen Young and Associates is a vehicle that's used, right, as it relates to the financial meltdown, and where you cross-carry also involved in. So then, based on what Jeannette Pantan said here, we know that Jeannette Pantan had been running criminality from a long time as it relates to Paul Chen Young and associates, right? So we now see that Jeannette Pantan, right, was employed to Paul Chen Young and associates, not SSL, in 1997. Why we are saying this? SSL did not come on the scene until 2006. So having said that, there's no way Jeannette Pantan could have been working with SSL. She was working with Paul Chen Young and associates. So we correct that. We're moving forward. I am currently a client relationship manager responsible for dealing with any client issues, and I acted as a wealth advisor. I work in the brokerage arm of the company. In this capacity, I interact with clients, manage their portfolios, assist them with deposits and withdrawals, and provide statements. In or around 2010, my father was diagnosed and all of them things there. You understand? We don't go through all of them, there's something there. Right? We are going through some what we call Excel formatted document. What happened here? Okay, let us get through the Excel formatted document here, right? Where she have this, wow, oh, this is just jumping out like that. Hold on, people, just bear with me. I don't understand how this document is just quite active, jumping off the screen, right? What is going on? That is totally missing just like that.
Okay, access it after the commercial. So they're using commercials.
You might want to close it and go back in it just in case.
Yeah, do that. All right, let us close and let's get back into it because I don't understand how this is just jumping away. But guess what? No demons can't stop it tonight. You know?
Amen.
Jamaica's apologized. He said a call came in through his phone.
Okay. All right.
With that.
So let us bring up about this document, what we want to show. Right, and then we don't have to even bring up about the document. We're just going to explain because we had gone through this on the Titans. Just bring it, just close it. Let me just get right in the middle there. Because we had gone through this on the Titans yesterday, and we had break it down. So majority of the people who are here, they would have understood, right, what was communicated on the Titans. So where I am going is that Jeannette Pantan, right, confessed as it relates to the total amount that she had pilfered, according to her, was 4.1 million US dollars. However, the amount generated as it relates to the totality of over 200 accounts was $31 million. So simple means that when you check $4.1 million, right, that Jeannette Pantan claimed that she, right, took, right, then it shows what we call a variance, right, the missing amount of what we call, how much is that? $27 million. So we have $27 million outstanding. Now, let us deals with that as it relates to the $27 million. And we are going to focus. Notice all the names that Jeannette Pantan listed. Usain Bolt names, sorry, is not on the list. Let us ask the question why. Is Jeannette Pantan is saying to us that yes, right, coming back from 1997, and you know how you go, you understand? Me a grand take up, I mean a Paul Chen Young days. But I am not the one who is responsible to take Bolt money. That is what Jeannette Pantan is saying. And I want people to follow me. Jeannette Pantan bear no responsibility in terms of taking Bolt money. Where am I going? And
to the
probably
building,
Gina
to the
Pantan,
building, to the building of the mansion.
exactly. And probably Jeannette Pantan is indeed correct. So Jeannette Pantan is saying, look, you don't ask me about Bolt money. You know. Ask them. Okay. We know that Jeannette Pantan couldn't have done this and beat SSL internal audit system. It couldn't have done. It can't. It's impossible. Based on FSC flag SSL from 2012 coming upward, and they will be under immediate oversight by FSC and plus, right, the hierarchies of SSL. This couldn't have done. What I want Jamaican people to understand is that FSC, JSE, Audley Shaw, Nigel Clark, Andrew Owens, and Drew Crosskerry, they are the creators of SSL. They rise SSL from the ashes of Paul Cheng Young and associates. Why are you saying that, Byron? Because people are talking about evidence. No. FSC responsible, right, as it relates to the licensing of non-banking entities. It is the regulators. It is the regulating arm of non-banking sectors. If FSC was act in the protection of a mastermind, FSC would have called a spade a spade.
Yep.
If FSC was act on the part of a mastermind going up to the echelon of the government, FSC would have closed SSL. People must bear that in mind. What you have seen and what I've read, right, in the previous report where FSC, Financial Service Commission, never happened before in the history of Jamaica, and the Jamaica Stock Exchange making bargain for SSL to be on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, setting a premise to investors that SSL is legitimate. So let us ask the question. Why would FSC and JSE involved in something like this? Let us ask the question. Have they ever done this before? Never in the history. Never. Under Andrew Owens' administration, yes. A kleptocratic government, yes. It was done. So now let us ask the question. Why was FSL allowed to continue to have the prolonged breaches in spite of FSC flagging them? Let us ask a question. Let us go back to show the conspiracy of the hierarchy. When FSC flagged in 2016 SSL to be misappropriating clients' funds, let us speak properly and make the layman understand, because when we say misappropriation, maybe some people not understand. FSC flagged SSL for thief clients' money. Let me put it plain and simple so the layman can understand. In spite of all of that and the history of stealing that SSL from 2012 coming up all the way 2016, where God earth that SSL would have bared all of these corruption and FT and JSE put SSL on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Think of it.
My God.
Why would FSC and JSE, in spite of the breaches, in spite of them not living up to the guidelines of FSC, why FSC and JSE allowed SSL to be on the stock market through a reverse takeover by DSW Records.
You crafty.
Camouflage itself from a
Prime
public
Minister.
entity,
Yeah.
a private entity in a reverse takeover, a public entity, DSW Records. Why the government of Jamaica allowed that? Paula Llewellyn, that's the question you need to pursue. Why was that done, Paula Llewellyn? You are the main investigator, you know, you are the big investigator. So may I ask you, Paula, that this should be on your task force list.
Yeah.
This particular question that I'm asking should be on your task force list, Paula, as to why FSC and JSE being cognizant of the criminal breaches allow SSL to venture on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
And so then, okay, it has been there. Bolt has been deceived. The Jamaica Labour Party administration has given license to SSL to operate. Now, let me ask you, Paula Llewellyn, as it relates to one of the responsibilities that the task force need to take up as well. So your task force need to take up as it relates to why the Jamaican government, which is Andrew Owens JLP, would have given license to SSL, breaking away from Paul Cheng Young and associates, mixing up, coming out of the 1990s financial debacle.
My God.
Is your task force, Paula Llewellyn, is going to pursue these items that I'm speaking about? Is your task force have this on its list? To have an understanding as to why SSL was given a license, knowing to the fact that SSL was indeed Paul Cheng Young and associates, and where the Jamaican court, in collaboration with the justice system in Florida, had found Paul Cheng Young and Hugh Croskery use investors' money to buy several properties in Florida. The evidence is there in a parallel. The evidence is there. The evidence is not hiding.
Palm Beach, to be precise.
Exactly.
Palm Beach, Florida, to be
While
precise.
it was in possession and warned Paul Cheng Young not to do any business, continue any business, Paul Cheng Young had hidden 19 properties and give it to you, Croskery, to hide. So let me straighten my glasses. Hello, Andrew Wallace. Hello, Jamaica. Jean and Pantan is coming out of that debate.
Wow.
Jean and Pantan is telling us that she has been with Paul Cheng Young and Associates from 1997. SSL came about in 2006. When we look at all of this, why would Nigel Clark lie to the Jamaican people that the FBI was investigating all of this? So let me ask you, Paul Llewellyn, since you are going to deal with Jeannette Calder, right? And Jeannette Calder admitted. This is where I'm going to go now in a Paul Llewellyn. Big trouble in terms of this question. Jeannette Calder admitted on her so-called confession statement that she took $4.8 million. I hope your task force and you yourself is ready to ask Jeannette Calder how Jeannette Calder was able to withdraw that. How Jeannette Calder was able to withdraw that money.
Hush money.
So when you are telling Jamaica that this case is complicated, how complicated this case is by you asking Jeannette Calder, okay, tell us, how did you withdraw this money and convert it to your personal use? How complicated that is. And when Crawl is the forensic expert, completed their investigation and said, my, this look nasty. Here are some people that need to be charged. You sit on the report, Paul Llewellyn, and you decided that no one is going to hear who is going to be charged. No one is going to be here who Crawl recommend to be charged. So since I am asking you the question, is the Jamaican people, particularly the investors who have been freezed, do they have the right to at least understand the persons who were recommended to be charged? Do they have that right to at least hear? Or you decided to protect the corruptors? Talk to us, Paul. Huh? Are you going to pursue? Let me ask that question. Because I don't know if you're going to pursue them. But we are seeing the delay tactics. Are you going to pursue the items handed over to you by Crawl with Crawl's recommendation for these persons to be charged? Because you have not identified any of these persons, right? Mocha, not making any move.
My God.
Pleaded, not making any move. And the Jamaica Constabulary Force, as it relates to the Constitution, entrenching the Constitution that the Jamaica Constabulary Force can pursue any entity in terms of an investigation and lay charge if charges are possible. So then, as my wife said, everybody just stuck in a quicksand and now move. And since we are encouraging Bolt that, okay, all right, since the Jamaica criminal justice system have what we call quicksand syndrome, I am saying to Bolt, I am pleading to Bolt, Bolt, don't anticipate no form of justice from the criminal justice system in Jamaica. I am telling you, Bolt, that you need, right, to make sure that you involve, you understand, the federal entity in United States as it relates to United States dollar. Let the FBI investigate that, and it will be automatically carry what we call a domino effect or a ripple effect through the Jamaican system. Because now that they can't tell the FBI not to investigate their dollar source. So Bolt, let me put that in your head. So if the Jamaican government want to wake up, Mystic Sensation is telling Bolt, pursue that, they will help you. Give them the evidence and let them do the investigation from outside in and squeeze him. Squeeze him from outside. Because if you are anticipating justice to be done, your justice is going to be delayed, sir. And you will never, ever get back your money. And if you're serious about getting back your money, I'm telling you about putting some pressure from external entity. You understand? The United States federal government. Because now tell you something, you know. Let me tell you something. Let me speak out loud and clear. Donald Trump, you know, of certain things that in a bed with China, you know. So give Donald Trump something to work with, man. Give Donald Trump something to work with. Me not talking about. All right. So let me pass on now the mic for your final statement and then we get into jeopardy. Go ahead, Melting Pot.
Yes. I read through Usain Bolt report and one significant line of, comments really take me aback. Yeah. Because after the Kral investigation was done and, submit to the DPP, yeah, Bolt was not privy to what the circumstance of the report from Kral to the DPP was. But a particular media house got it. We know what media house is. We know the media house. So, that can't be transparent. God, Bolt is the subject, Bolt money are the subject. But Bolt don't know what the investigation team from the United Kingdom uncovered. But a particular media house knew. So, right away we are looking on some hanky-panky relationship this again, and information being passed on to sources who are not at the center of the controversy. Exactly. Now, when we go further into SSL from 2012, when it was red flag as carrying out malpractices with investors' money. But FSC was, brief on the matter. But what we see after that is the Jamaica Stock Exchange and the Financial Service Commission becoming cheerleaders for a loser. They were cheering on a loser, trying to propel them to the stock market. Oh, you look at that, what can go so?
What can go so?
Someone in authority at FSC has a lot to answer for during that period of time. Someone in authority at the Jamaica Stock Exchange has a lot to answer for during that period of time, because all of a sudden they become cheerleader for a losing team. What can go so?
What can go so?
But let us look at what Jeannette Calder, wrote as it relates to she being involved and how much she take and how much client and dating back from when. Boy, Jeannette Calder must have the brain of a computer to can remember all these people name, date, time she go in a certain account, and what was the amount of money. But then what Jeannette Calder did, she carefully stipulated what she did with the money. So there was a big hole for an investigating team to drive through. Even a trailer could go through it, because Jeannette Calder opened it wide. Now, in Jeannette Calder's report, she said that her dad was suffering from cancer and she took the money to, pursue his treatment. So, carefully, all they have to do, get the medical report from Jeannette Calder and see where and when, if she did spend money in that particular cancer treatment circumstance of her dad. Simple. Then you would have tie up with Jeannette Calder and see if anything, you know, is true or falsified in our report. And then you have to now move towards the next 27 million. Because if you're going to take Jeannette Calder report as being credibly, you know, it stopped at 4.1 million. But we are actively pursuing 31 point something million US dollars. So there's an outstanding 27 million US dollar that should have continued the line of investigation. It should have not stopped with Jeannette Calder alone serving time. No. What happened to who took another 27 million? So right away, we know that the DPP decided, well, you know, Mystic and the Titan, them have put some lagoon underneath me and it a burn hard. And me can't stand that eat ya. You hear me about to know? Me need to just dash out that Jeannette Calder and report there and start a new line of investigation. So we welcome the move there by the DPP because that is long time in coming. That should have done long time because you must have known that Jeannette Calder can't take the money. Should have to have other people working alongside her to sign off on these checks.
Yes.
Yeah, because remember, SSL don't use physical cash. They don't keep cash there. It's not a commercial bank. So in order for she get her run on cash where she need to do her cancer treatment for her dad, somebody would have to also sign the check them. So who is this other person now? It can't be Jeannette Calder alone. So be glad the DPP now decides, so well then, she now go use Jeannette Calder falsified report where she incriminate herself. Because Jeannette Calder did also retract what she said and said that she was coerced because she was being bribed into taking the rap and would have got some money and would have not been put behind bars. Because Jeannette Calder is surrounded by some powerful men, you know, including the Prime Minister, who would have reassured her to go ahead and write that falsified statement to incriminate herself. So now that we put the lagoon and we are burning it under the DPP, everybody have feel the heat now. The DPP decides, so well then you have me now. I have to throw it with Jeannette Calder and say, and start a new line of investigation. She have to try the case different now. So DPP, yeah man, full time now. Full time you show your metal as to what type of DPP you is. Yeah? I can't make sure, you know, we've been warning you because you are sinking in the quicksand. I remember I just go further down into this quicksand. I mean, you know, you ever come out, you know. Not even a crane can lift you out. This is how serious this quicksand is. This quicksand coming like the one when a rear cobra. Where them say the time something drop there so it's not fine. So know what you're doing because this is very, very sensitive as it relates to the US currency.
Exactly.
We don't get some money.
Exactly.
So you have to carefully tread on the thin line that you're walking on. Because Andrew Wallace cannot protect you. And this is what most of these insipid-minded people in Jamaica think. That, and well, Andrew Wallace will protect you. No, Andrew cannot protect you because time come.
All right.
Okay.
No.
Back to the panel.
All right, Pastor Ricky. Just go ahead. Do you think, Pastor Ricky?
Yeah, thank you again, everyone. Sir Byron, Melting Pot,
Yes,
big up yourself. You know, I'm of the opinion as of last night. I've been thinking about this. I honestly believe that the 4.1 million that is accounted that she took, Gina and Panton, I believe it's hush money to for her to become the fall person, the scapegoat of this Ponzi scheme. I believe that when they realize that, you know, because the IC has been investigating since 2021 the prime minister statutory declarations, and they have asked him questions when they went to meet with him at his office. They have also wrote to him and asked him a series of questions, and so he knew that SSL, his debacle in SSL was being investigated. Now the question is, when did she move? I mean, I think he went chronologically. Lonesome, Father Lonesome, big up yourself. Last night in the document, but I can't remember the dates right now. But I want to know how the 4.1 million, was it over a 2-year period, a 6-month period, a 1-year period that this money was taken from the accounts, the 4.1 million. So
She
if
stated from
I'm
2012 onward.
that the money was from 2012 onwards.
Yeah, to 2021 within that
Okay.
bracket.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So the DPP needs to understand that if she's now getting excited that yes, she can charge Gina and Panton, I hope she realized that that was only 4.1 million, that there's a deficit of $27 million US dollars that is not accounted for. So if you wrap up the case and say, yeah, we got the culprit, it's Gina and Panton, SSL is solved, that is a false narrative. That would be a false way to go about doing it, because you would have now implicating yourself in a cover-up scheme. And believe you me, I agree with Sir Byron, and as we were saying all along, and Sir Melton Pot, that this needs international takeover. Both, no disrespect to your legal team right now, but this is bigger than the whole of them. You know, no disrespect to you either. This is bigger than the whole of them because this has US currency involved. And once the feds get involved, they're not going to leave no stone unturned. And Sir Ratigan tomorrow can confirm that. And we know how the feds work because we see them for years when they bring down the mobsters and the mafia and the crime family and the Gambino. Them not leave no stone unturned. And once them get in at this, if the DPP compromise this case, she will be spending the rest of her life in a federal prison in the United States of America, because this has US currency, which is also one of the America's interests. And so I want to caution her, do not solve this case and say Gina and Panton was the only culprit. We all know that. I mean, we know that from looking at documents, doing research, and what is presented, that Gina and Panton could not have stolen 31 million US dollars all by herself. And so if you're going to hold Gina and Panton accountable and say, yes, she's guilty, but that's only for 4 million, where is the other 27 million US dollars? And so, Sir Bolt, big up yourself, the legend, will respect you, the icon. You need to reach out, as everyone has been saying now. This is out of your hands. This is out of the scope and the league of your legal team. Again, no disrespect to them, but this has international implications. This is going to bring down the GLP party and all of the criminals, including the prime minister that is a part of this Ponzi scheme. I'm telling you, based upon how I see the feds operate, once the real FBI, not the fake one that Nigel Clark talk about, and I'm glad he's in DC because the feds probably don't even need to worry about him. They can just walk in the IMF building and grab him and begin to interrogate him. But once the feds get involved in this case, I'm telling you, a whole heap of them are go prison, including Big Mama them, and all of them are implicate themselves. Because again, Gina and Panton could not, no way under the sun, stole US $31 million from this Ponzi scheme. And there is no record that show that she's responsible for the $31 million. She's only responsible based upon her statement and what she wrote and signed off to, for that accumulates to $4.1 million US. So this is not over. So the DPP getting excited because the pressure is on her. And I know she's agonizing. I know she's having a restless night because some criminals that she's close to is very entangled up, bind up, wrapped up, tied up in this Ponzi scheme. And she's agonizing because if she divert from what crawl recommendations are and say, well, it's only Gina and Panton and the bank managers, and that's it. When the big boys, who we know they all are, we know all the players in this Ponzi scheme. If she contaminate this case, you're gonna spend the rest of your life in a federal prison in Washington, D.C. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Just one snippet of a point of view.
All right, go ahead.
Relate to when Nigel Clark come and make mention of FBI would be on the ground in Jamaica, the investigation. The reason why, and this is why we tell Bolt, I have to go to the FBI specifically. Nigel Clark couldn't bring the FBI, you know, because he had literally put the case in the hands of the United States.
Right.
So what Nigel Clark did was trick Jamaican into thinking that FBI would be on the ground, and then went to crawl in the United Kingdom. Simply because he cannot let the FBI into the intricacy of the investigation as it relates to the United States currency.
And they're the only ones that can get Bolt money back. Only the feds can help, but nobody else in the world can help Bolt except the Fed. But I hope you understand that. We know what we're talking about.
I remember a particular gentleman from one of the investigating arms in Jamaica come and say, no FBI is on the ground. And then jump on the man and say the man is lying. But the man wasn't lying, no FBI was on the ground.
Yeah.
It was crawl. So Bolt, just look and see how them a play and a zigzag the thing in everybody's head space. Telling us one thing and doing something else. Telling us that, you know, them have to pay $15 million a week to keep some staff on, to clean up the laptop them, you know. And then the laptop them disappear through windows and back door.
Hey, the feds not need that. The feds have technology. Them not need the laptop or whatever. Whatever them white. The feds have technology that can retrieve everything. Remember, I'm going to ask Ratty tomorrow.
Yeah. And then them come now with something out of the blue when never happened to Jamaica yet. Real Royal and a cyber attack. So, Bolt, you just make some recommendation. I mean, Ratty didn't tell us if you link him. We tell you to come talk to we on them platform, whether Mystic or Lonesome. Yeah, because we can't point you in the right direction. Because we know more than what you think about this case here. And on a joke business, you understand? We have the code to crack the case already. And I tell you, it cracked already because we knocked it hard last night.
Yeah. Big up Father Lonesome. Respect.
All right. So
hold on. So you were saying, what about the other investors? We're only talking about both. But remember, if the FBI does investigate, it's going to be an intense investigation. So it's going to be extensive. Yes. So it's going to cover everybody's account because they're going to have to be able to look at it from an umbrella point of view. So other persons who are involved, if Bolt gets his money, will automatically get their money back. But because Bolt is such an icon, we need him to lead the charge.
Yeah. Yes. And I mean, if the investigation is going to be done, any at all,
no turns unturned.
They are not going to just zero in and just deal with Bolt alone. No, that's not. they're going to do the entire investigation.
And this is what we want. Because we don't just want Bolt alone to get back the money.
But in Crawl, when Crawl did its investigation, Crawl did not zero the rest of people. Crawl said it is over 31 million US dollars, and that encompasses with over 200 accounts. So Crawl involved all accounts that within the investigation.
Yes.
We are only calling Bolt name because Bolt really and truly has the energy, you understand, to see external.
Bolt can get the legal favor.
And they will assist him. They will assist him. You understand? Exactly. So any investigation as it relates to, if Bolt pursue this in terms of what we are saying, it is going to cover every account. Every single account.
Yeah, that's how they work.
That's what they were running from. Because once FBI touch it, they're going to look for everybody because US money everybody have in there.
Yeah, that's how they work. They leave no stone unturned. That's how I've seen cases and people going to prison. I mean, Bernie Madoff. 150 years in our prison. Are the feds crack that? How we think that?
I know that the feds might have information as it relates to Crawl investigation.
Of course.
Fed might have, might make a link to Crawl as it relates to where they left off, right? To be assisted again. And if Crawl handed over certain report, right? Because remember, it is not like Crawl is going to just give hand over, right? Certain all of their data to Jamaican authority. They would have copy.
No, they don't. They wouldn't trust Jamaican.
Their computers, right? So of course they will. And if the Jamaican authority manipulates with any investigation, again, that is pressure for them.
Yeah, can I say one last thing, Sir Byron? Listen, after 9/11, the United States they passed a law which is called the Patriot Act for money laundering and fraud and all of that kind of stuff, because they figured what they call the foreign terrorists that attack the Twin Towers and the Pentagon, and that they were planning this thing using U.S. money. So that Patriot Act was passed by Congress in the law in 2001. And then in 2016, the United States Obama administration went after the Russian oligarchs, and they passed the Global Magnitsky Accountability Human Rights Act. So the U.S. intelligence has been working, coincided with foreign international agencies that they can trust, like the UK, some in Europe, Canada. And so the U.S., even though Kroll is from the UK, I'm sure they already talked to the FBI in America. And also, one last point is that when the Fed step in, they're not going to broadcast like what Nigel Clark was telling you, that they're coming. It's going to be an agreement between that government and the United States government, and that government is going to have to give the feds everything they need at their disposal to solve the crime. This is why I know Bolt will get his money back if the feds step in. This is why I know all the other count holders will get their money back, because what the feds is going to do once they solve the case with the players that are involved in this web of corruption and criminality, they're going to seize assets. Them are going to sell the asset them, and that's how they're going to use to pay back these account holders, including Bolt.
Exactly. Climax said Bolt speaks about loving his country and doing everything for his country. This is what he needs to do for his country. And I'm so agreeing with Candy Marks right then and there, because again, Bolt love for country is supposed to pursue good governance, right? And I'm not saying, I don't want to use it in that word to say tolerance to, you understand, corruption, right? Because I don't think he is. He wants back his money. But
He
I
wants
think
justice. Justice.
exactly. But I think that we'll need to understand that. I think in terms of fighting for Jamaica, right? You have to stand on the side of justice to say that, okay, you're against corruption. And
That's
by
right.
you going to the feds, you're ensuring, right, that justice being done. And as someone said that Bolt, you understand, is the entity that will cause the wave to rise all ships.
Yes. It's all bring them the whole of them. The Prime Minister will go to prison. Me I telling you that. When I think I'm crazy, I know me I talk about. It might be the first Prime Minister for go to prison. Watch.
All right.
I Pastor Ricky, I love how you passion in that one day.
No, but I'm serious. I know. Listen, man. I know the feds work. I see them. You know how much Giuliani bringing the RICO law. I Google the RICO law, YouTube the RICO law. That break the back of the mafia and the crime family them in America. That a lot of the feds them use and bust enough Colombian drug cartel and indict them in America. Me I telling you that the feds not ram.
But the thing, the thing, Pastor Ricky and Melting Pot, right? We have to start to reason rationally and professionally, right? Let us, put the partisan politics aside, right? Now, we are here and where the Prime Minister is talking about bad mind and this and that and all. Whatever the Prime Minister wants to talk about. The fucking matter, right? When you look on the corruption perception index, right? This now gone beyond social media. This has nothing to do with social media and bloggers. You understand? It is just that in terms of what, right, the corruption perception index. You understand that has nothing to do with anybody from Jamaica grading us, an international entity, right? Who investigate, looking into the situation and realize that under the Andrew Holness administration, Andrew Holness administration take the corruption index as it relates to 44 to 40.
Right.
Losing 4 points downwards. Right? And this is no joke because in 2017, as it relates to what Mark Golding had done, right, helped to craft the Integrity Commission bill that Andrew Holness helped, you understand, put into law in 2017 that raised the corruption index, right, to 44.
Yeah.
Right. Remember, under the Jamaica Labour Party government, as it relates to Bruce Golding, the first time in history that Jamaica corruption index has dropped the lowest, which is 30.
Right.
Right. So we are not just accusing the Andrew Holness administration. We are talking about, you understand, it is the worst administration ever in the entire Caribbean, to be honest. Because here it is that if you look on the Caribbean corruption index today, not one of the Caribbean countries had dropped, had dipped 4-digit down.
But you must remember that at the time when it was passed, if it was up to Andrew Holness because of how he's behaving now, it wouldn't have been passed. It's just that the PNP had the numbers in the parliament as well for it to be passed.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that.
Because of the electoral map at that time. Because if the PNP did not have the numbers for the vote, we would not have had the IC. He would not have agreed to it, just as how he did not agree with the impeachment bill, and he doesn't want it now in the so-called con of a constitution.
Yeah,
because it's a big con.
Exactly. Wife made an excellent point right there. Because if you look, and this is it, if Jamaica go back and look on the electoral map for 2016, as a matter of fact, if you can bring it up to show the people. Yeah, but let us just show the people the electoral map 2016, because when people is speaking about Andrew Holness help to
I think it was 32-31 in 2016.
But we want to show the people them. We want to show the people them because how Mystic Sensation work.
Yeah,
right?
Documents, evidence.
Right, Jamaica. So we are let us find it and show the people You understand that it is not Andrew Holness, you understand, so-called pioneer it in.
It was Mark Golden, Camera leader Mark
Right?
Golden.
Yes, it's just because here it is, people. Here's the evidence.
The Corruption Integrity Act.
Sure.
Yes, because we like to share the information, you know. And then Andrew Holness Saturday big up his chest to say, boy, him help pioneer it in, which is not. When you look at it, here is the People's National Party electoral map as it relates to 32, 31, right? Yeah, 32, 31. I want to show the people, right? There it is, right? Or less 32 seats. Okay, so we are enhancing it and show the people. Show the people the electoral map for okay. So here it is, people. If you look on the right hand side, here it is. Andrew Holness 32, Portia Simpson 31. So then Andrew Holness, right, could not say that, okay, all right, he's not doing that because both of them, both the PNP and the GLP, voted for that. And, you know, it is 32, 31, equally spiced. And so then Andrew Holness couldn't just stop certain things like in the lower house and go on with him anky-panky like what he used to go on with. And that's why people need to understand this in terms of how you vote. And so then we want to vote Mark Golden with a convincing win. Let us look at the 2020 electoral map and show the difference now and show what Jamaica did to give Andrew Holness the power and possible to make Andrew Holness into a dictator. Let us look at the 2020 Jamaican electoral map and see the difference now why Andrew Holness is causing problem right now, right? And why Mark Golden, and then when Andrew Holness caused this problem, people asking Mark Golden if Mark Golden not speak out, right? So show them the 2020 electoral map.
Yeah. The comrades stay home. They stayed home in 2020, man. The comrades did.
Let me just enlarge it and then.
So let us enlarge this and show this. Right, and we want, and we are going to teach some people tonight in terms of understanding certain things, you know. Right? So where's the number?
Hold on, I'm still at the other one up, so I'm gonna.
So we want to show, right, the difference between 2016, 2000 and 2020, and why Andrew Holness administration is so powerful. And where Andrew Holness want to cheat the system, doing all the constitutional reform and do all them anky-panky because of this. What the 2020 electorate had done. Here it is. Where it is. We are 32 49 14. Okay. So 49 for 14. 49 for 14. And this is the 2020 general election. So that's how we let me talk to the people. So when we have persons on social media, right, because we know them, arguing that Mark Golden stand aside and make the Jamaican Labour Party doing this and doing that. The Jamaican electorate 2020 broke Mark Golden and broke the PNP foot. They cannot tackle Andrew Holness in the parliament. They only can use the court to deal with Andrew.
Yeah.
If you did have a 2016 look-alike as it relates to 2020, none of what Andrew Holness is doing, Andrew Holness would have gotten away with it.
Exactly.
So people need to understand.
Election matters.
The Jamaican citizens need to understand what they themselves cause on themselves.
And, you know,
Andrew Holness, right? If Andrew Holness want to become a dictator, use his 49 majority You understand? Because, of course, it's a kleptocratic administration. For certain bill, just like what they did, they are trying to do with Portmore and the 15 parishes. Now, think if it was 32, 31, Andrew Wallace wouldn't even bring it up. He wouldn't even bring it up. But now, because he has a 49 and the People's National Party has 14, yes, Andrew Wallace is taking it to them because he has the power to do it. So when we have people talking about, okay, my goal in all the days, my goal in all the dark, right? Honestly, you wonder where the brain is. That's all I'm saying. You have to wonder where the brain is. You need to be politically orientated. That's all I'm saying. So now I am showing you that please don't ask for a goalie. What are you doing? Right? Because obviously it needs, let me make people understand, it needs 2/3 majority in the House and in the Parliament. And sometimes, if it depends on how much people present at the time, whether in the lower house or in the upper house. And so then they can get to their 2/3 majority votes.
Yeah.
So then in the lower house, you have to understand that the Jamaica Labour Party doesn't need the People's National Party to even vote, not even one of them in the lower house.
Sure.
Right.
Because by the electorate vote them in, they've already have the 2/3 majority in the lower house.
Yeah.
And the only, Sir Byron, the only sympathy me have for the Jamaican people right now, you know, and the fact of the matter said the man called election at the height of the pandemic and also use money to bribe the people.
Yes.
While the People's National Party never ready. Because the man call it out of the blue, you know.
Exactly.
You understand? Because them carefully craft that election victory by suddenly spring up election date on the Jamaican electorate. So catch the People's National Party off guard. Have a truckload of money from SSL, whoever go using the campaign. And when the money was so prevalent in our time where people didn't need the money, so everybody grabbed the money and vote for him. But majority of the PMP then never really turn out still.
But right. The vote themes are basically it's
default.
By default.
By default, because if you notice,
because 21% is no real.
Right, that's what I said. You never turn out.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Against the majority of Jamaicans, it's just 21% put in there.
Exactly.
Right. The total vote. The total vote in 2020 was 33% total, and out of the 33%, the Jamaica Labour Party had 21% of the vote, and that show you why election has consequences. Consequences. This tell us that you can't afford to stay home and allow the repeat of what happened in 2020, because God forbid, and this criminal GLP government is back in power. That's the end of You see what they try to do with the constitutional reform document? Their mindset is not about the people. Their mindset is about them. Election has consequences. You have to go out and vote. Put the X beside the head. Don't complain if you don't vote.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that is where we, wrapping it up. Right. Once again, I want to say a big respect to Melting Pot, right? With several bombs being dropped here by Melting Pot, Pastor Ricky likewise.
Yeah,
right.
Man.
I want to say big thanks to Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, man.
Honey, you have anything to say?
No, I just said what I
You're
needed
not
to say.
speaking to the person about,
Jeopardy. Okay, guys, so because time has gone, we are getting into 4 hours already. I'm sorry we're not going to be able to do to do Jeopardy because honestly, both of us are really tired. We work today
Yeah.
and just home to start the live. So I'm sorry that we're not going to be able to do Jeopardy because we have gone right into 4 hours.
All right. Next week,
At least we spent Valentine's together, chat. Everyone in the chat. We all spend Valentine's together.
All right. All right. And yeah, we are going to have Jeopardy next week. So right. We will come back and making sure that we anticipating our time. You understand? On a proper management basis, time management basis. Yeah. All right. So yes. Blessing melting pot.
Yeah,
right?
man. Good. Yeah, man. God bless. Have a blessed weekend and we'll link up again. Father Lord, some big up yourself. I know Sir Rattigan gonna pick this up tomorrow, so tune in to Reason with Rattigan at 3. Blessings.
Blessings.
I'm both call the FBI.
All right.
All right. Blessings.
Blessings. I love you, all the persons in the chat, all the persons who passing through, you understand, and utilize their moments with Mystic Sensation. We love you all and continue to tune in with Mystic Sensation because, over here, you understand, we do facts, right? We don't do wolf, right? If you want the wolf, please go over by Big Mama and you will get the wolf over there. All right. Blessings to you. Love you all.
All right. So remember, Reason with Rattigan tomorrow at 3 p.m.
All right.
All the other platforms that will be.
Yes, Reggae Obscene throughout the week. You know it go. All right. Bless up.
Bless up. So safe travel on the gravel. Until next time. Bye.
All right.